guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, 'cause I can't face this day alone. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams.
USA Radio News, I'm Lance Pry. The Israeli Prime Minister's office claims Hamas is backing out of some of its agreements in the hostage release deal. The Palestinian terrorist group made a ceasefire and hostage deal with Israel yesterday. An Israeli statement earlier said the Israeli cabinet will not convene until the mediators notify Israel that Hamas has accepted all elements of the agreement. Well, that must have happened because Netanyahu's cabinet will meet tomorrow to vote on the deal. If it passes, it must allow for another 48 hours for objections to be heard. Pope Francis has injured his forearm after a fall at his residence today. The Vatican says the Pope suffered a contusion on his arm and is being immobilized as a precaution. Florida Governor Ron DeSantis has picked his state's Attorney General to fill Marco Rubio's U.S. Senate seat. Ashley Moody will serve the remainder of Rubio's term. Marco was picked by President Trump to be his Secretary of State. A couple of well-known people you might know passed today. Twin Peaks director David Lynch is dead at the age of 78. His family announced his death on Facebook. And former baseball player and announcer extraordinaire Bob Uecker died in Wisconsin today at the age of 90. Last year, he was diagnosed with small cell lung cancer. The Milwaukee Brewers made Uecker's death announcement. The musicians performing for President Trump's inauguration weekend are being announced. Carrie Underwood, Kid Rock, Billy Ray Cyrus, Jason Aldean, Rascal Flatts, and the Village People will all perform this weekend. A statement from the inaugural committee said the weekend will be a celebration of music, unity, and patriotism, ushering in America's new golden age. The list includes a surprise musical guest to perform at the Liberty Ball on Monday night. America's News Network, USA Radio News.
You know, a lot of times you have to choose between something high quality or something that saves you money. But if you could get both, why not? Especially when it comes to health care. And that is MediShare. You get both. Many families save $500 a month with MediShare, and that's huge. But it's also true that people wind up way more satisfied. The member satisfaction rate for MediShare is double that of the typical health insurance plan. Double. That's because Metashare works. It has for more than 30 years. It's a community of Christians who have shared more than $5 billion of each other's bills. People love having telehealth. They love the huge PPO network. You can save a ton and like it better. Imagine being happy with how you're taking care of your health care. So if you're self-employed or part of the gig economy, or you just want a plan you're happy with, you can call right now and get a price in 2 minutes. Here's the number. Just call 855-SHARE-40. That's 855-SHARE-40. 855-SHARE-40.
Cat food sold in multiple states is being recalled after some tested positive for the highly pathogenic avian influenza virus.
Northwest Naturals has issued a voluntary recall of 2-pound packages of feline turkey recipe raw frozen pet food with the use-by dates of May 21st, 2026 or June 23rd, 2026. Officials have reported that a domestic cat in Oregon has died after eating this food. Testing confirmed the presence of the virus in both the pet food and the cat. Consumers who have purchased the food should stop feeding it to your pet immediately. If your pet shows any sign of illness, contact your veterinarian. If you have any questions, contact Northwest Naturals of Portland. Anthony Lucero, USA Radio News.
As lawmakers are looking over at California, New York Senator Kristen Gillibrand wants to ensure fire departments have everything they need to fight wildfires.
The senator says she's looking over legislation to increase resources for fire departments across New York State, including measures that would put more money into training and equipment pertaining to wildfires.
The equipment and training that's needed to stop a brush fire is very different than the equipment and training needed to take down a fire in a building.
It follows destructive wildfires in Los Angeles, California, with Gillibrand noting the spate of brush and wildfires that broke out in the Hudson Valley and New York City in November, prompting the FDNY to put together its first ever brush fire task force. I'm Natalie Migliori.
Thanks for being there. Lance Pry, USA Radio News.
Offer not valid in all states or where prohibited by law. Loans are subject to lender approval. See website for details.
Meet Brian. He just got $5,000, and it was pretty easy. I'll tell you how in 10 seconds. Brian needed cash help. After being rejected by banks, he tried 27cash.com. Told them how much he needed, even let them know he had bad credit. In minutes, 27cash.com found a lender who deposited $5,000 into his bank account the very next day. If you need cash help, even if you have bad credit, go to 27cash.com. 27cash.com.
Winter is here. When the temperature drops, so does your truck's performance. Avoid fuel gelling by using Hot Shot Secret's EDT Plus Winter Defense, a 7-in-1 fuel booster and anti-gel that improves cold weather performance. The 7-point cetane boost decreases DPF regens and increases fuel economy. Be confident that your engine is running smoothly and trouble-free, even in the coldest temperatures. Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense, available at Pilot Flying J, Amazon, O'Reilly Auto Parts, and HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hey truckers, this is Steve Darnell from the hit TV show Vegas Rat Rods. Check it out. Industrial Injection has been a leader in the diesel heavy-duty industry since 1985. Whether you are looking to keep your truck on the road, you are a hardworking farmer feeding America, an over-the-seas mariner, a miner, or a construction craftsman, Industrial Injection can help keep your heavy-duty rigs and equipment running so you can keep America thriving. Get all your turbochargers, injection pumps, injectors, and engine parts at industrialinjection.com. Industrial Injection, the place to go for all your diesel parts needs.
Under the dark night on the interstate, under the 100 miles in the pouring rain, these are worth all the time I've spent away. Under the dark night on the interstate, trying to make it right. My baby's at home, hope she's doing alright. Miss my dogs and I miss my girls. I'm 1,000 miles away from my whole
What do you say? Cue the microphone. Let's get this party started. Ready for a brand new day. Thank you very much, Josh Malloy, 1,000 miles away. I want to say thank you. Josh has agreed to join us. Have a little conversation about his career, how he got started in the music biz. I spent on a little bit of a winter break for the holidays, celebrating Christmas, the New Year with family. It's about to hit the road. Going to be back on tour all over the country. So, yeah, looking forward to Josh Malloy joining us Sunday night into Monday morning. That'll be our next live program here. Yeah, once we get through the weekend. So spread the word. Let your friends know. Really looking forward to that. Hey, and right out of the box, looks like a lot of folks are finding us rather quickly. How'd you do that? YouTube. We are back live with video via YouTube, and I see a number of folks. We got the stream chat where you can chime in, say hello. Good to have you on board. There you go. Spread the word. So here we are live from the Hotshot Secret bunker deep beneath the Earth's crust. Rolling into a Friday. Turn the page on the calendar. From time zone to time zone, we'll make our way into the 17th day of January. All right, enjoying the 30 degrees outside the secret bunker. That's about the warmest night we've had all week. It's going to be a little teaser, supposed to warm up to about 40 here later today for Friday. Again, 40, maybe even low 40s Saturday. Then I do not like what's coming our way. It's going to be the Siberian Express. Coldest temperatures we've seen all season. It's going to be bone chilling for the eastern 2/3 of the country. Just how cold will it get? Yeah, well, we'll let you know coming up here. We start things off with, as typically, our travelers' weather. Hey, it's a very quiet night out there tonight. Good night for moving freight around the country. Not much of any precip to make mention of to slow you down out there. That will be progressively changing throughout the day today and on through the weekend. Matter of fact, there are 2 storms brewing this weekend that may bring just enough snow and icy conditions to make travel slippery for parts of the interior southeast as well as the northeast as the coldest air of the winter prepares to move in. Precip from one storm to the other may blend together, while pockets of dry air lead to precipitation, missing some areas entirely. Where we do get some snow or an icy mix, travel will be slippery. Airline delays will result from de-icing operations. As the Arctic air advances, wet areas are going to freeze rather than dry off, especially from Sunday to Monday. That's when this Arctic blast really begins diving in. First, though, a quick-moving storm from western Canada continues to produce a swath of mainly light accumulation as it moves along. Snow that's falling over eastern portions of the Ohio Valley, the central Great Lakes, and western slopes of the Appalachians started the day on Thursday. Most of that precip from the Clipper is gone now. First of 2 weekend storms is what we anticipate now. Later today, Friday into Saturday night, crossing the southeastern states, it's going to bring a soaking rain, even a few locally heavy thunderstorms. Could see some urban flooding when the downpours last more than a few minutes. With this storm, there'll be a few pockets of freezing rain and sleet over the southern Appalachians at the onset of the storm, Friday night into early Saturday. More opportunities for wintry weather will soon follow in the southeast as the storm speeds off the east coast Saturday night into Sunday. Just enough cold air may seep in fast enough to bring a bit of snow or sleet to portions of northern Alabama, northern Georgia, western North Carolina, and eastern Tennessee. Could see some slippery roads there. Even without frozen precipitation, wet areas are going to freeze later Saturday night to early Sunday. The cold air begins moving in. Yeah, further north, that first storm is going to behave more like a front just sweeping eastward. We'll see that brief warm-up ahead of that front. Then the cold air coming in behind. Second storm of the weekend then quickly follows after storm 1 from Sunday to Sunday night. Cold air will be in place, and even colder air is going to be moving in because of the cold air's eastward push. This second storm will tend to remain rather weak. It'll track further to the east. It'll bring more wintry precipitation closer to the Atlantic coast. We'll be looking for a swath of snow anywhere from a coating in some areas, maybe a few inches extending from the southern Appalachians to the mid-Atlantic coast Sunday afternoon and Sunday night. Central and southeast New England, Sunday evening into early Monday. Now, this means there's the risk of snow-covered slippery roads from parts of Interstate 77 in North Carolina to I-95 in New England for the latter part of the weekend. That would include the metro areas of Washington, D.C., Baltimore, Philadelphia, New York City, and Boston. Obviously, expect significant delays, even if only small amounts of snow accumulate. There is also the risk of maybe an icy, wintry mix of snow and ice along the I-85 corridor stretching from near Atlanta to Richmond, Virginia, because this second storm's going to gain a bit of strength as it moves along. There is a significant chance of enough snow to shovel and break out the plows in New England Sunday night to Monday morning. But then the frigid air pours into the central and eastern states early next week. That sets the stage for the coldest presidential inauguration since the start of Ronald Reagan's second term in 1985. Matter of fact, it was so cold, the inaugural events were moved indoors. The parade was canceled that year. It looks like the overall weather pattern next week is going to remain rather complex as the cold air seeps further to the south and east. The risk of snow and ice will accompany that expansion. Now, going to be keeping tabs on yet another 2 potential winter storms for those southern states next week. With this colder weather pattern, one or maybe even both storms could bring snow and ice as far south as I-10 and even part of the Gulf Coast as early as Monday. At least one of those storms, most likely storm number 2, may try to travel further north with an opportunity for snow in the coastal areas of the Northeast next week. A very busy weather pattern coming our way. But yes, speaking of the inauguration, it's going to be bitterly cold for President-elect Trump's inauguration Monday. Temperatures well below average for this time of year in D.C. As we mentioned, a chance of snow Sunday, followed by gusty winds, and temperatures only around 20 degrees. According to the National Weather Service, we're going to have dangerously cold temperatures with low wind chills. By late morning Monday, temperatures are going to be in the teens to low, maybe middle 20s, actual air temperature. The hundreds of thousands of people in town for the inauguration will also contend with strong winds blowing almost constantly throughout the day. We're looking at winds about 15, 20 miles per hour, gusts maybe 25 to 30 per hour. When you combine that with the cold air temperatures, that means dangerously low wind chill values. Wind chills are going to be in the single digits to lower teens at best. It's going to be very, very cold. Our average high, for what it's worth, would be in the upper 30s, so we will be well below average. If the forecast holds, the inauguration would be by far the coldest, as we mentioned, since former President Ronald Reagan's second inauguration, when the ceremony had to be held indoors, and again, the parade was canceled. The temperature at noon that day, swearing-in time, was just 7 degrees. Wind chills were minus 10 to minus 20. In his inaugural address, Reagan even mentioned the weather. We stand again at the steps of this symbol of our democracy. Well, we would have been standing at the steps if it hadn't got so cold. Now we're standing inside this symbol of our democracy. Former President John Kennedy in 1961 inauguration was also extremely cold at 22 degrees, several inches of snow on the ground. It was actually 42 degrees for Joe Biden's 2021 inauguration. Back in 2017, for Trump's first, it was 48 degrees. What a difference. Former President Barack Obama's 2013 inauguration, 45 degrees. It was down to 28 for Obama's 2009 inauguration. Going to be a cold one. Folks headed to D.C., you're going to have to be prepared for the weather and bundle up. 17 past the hour. Rolling into a Friday, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel fuel cetane levels.
In many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. LaVon Miller at Fire Punk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois. Scheid Diesel has you covered.
So good morning to Philly Dan. Philly Dan checks in via Facebook, TGIF. Have a great weekend, everybody. Hello to Marianne. There's Big Ed. Heidi ho, he says. There's our first friend that found us via YouTube, Cowboy Corey. Listening from Morning View, Kentucky, 31 degrees. All right, Larry, good afternoon. Hammer down. Be safe. Round 4 to Schenectady, then back to Wilmington, Delaware to reload for Monday. I'm taking the night off. Time for some adult beverages and maybe some barbecue. Fat Kid Brody. Has this channel been bootlegged? He's found us on YouTube there. Good morning, Fat Kid. Dirty Harry, morning, Steve. My fellow truckers just want to say rest in peace to Mr. Baseball. Yeah, Bob Uecker passing away this past day. Hello, Jerry. Good morning. Good Friday, everyone. Thanks to Hot Shot Secret for keeping the Steve Summers Overnight Drive rolling down the highway. I shared some stuff on your Facebook this past day. Don't forget, tell them you love them every single chance you get. Roy is on board. 22 degrees, feels like 16 in northwest Illinois. Hello to Jeffrey in Florida. Ready for a fabulous show, he says. There's Deb. Deb Simpson says, welcome back. Tank, good morning, Steve-O. Good to see you back on YouTube. JW1983, good morning, Steve. Tapeworm is his handle. Tapeworm checking in from Baytown, Texas. 51 degrees. Keep on trucking. He's also found us back on YouTube. The 15 car. Oh, man, we're back, he says. The 15 car checking in from chilly Charlotte. Welcome back to YouTube, Steve. James says the same. Welcome back. Howdy, Overnight Drive. Eskimo Mom, happy Friday, hump day, whatever day it is. 63 days till spring, though. Got the usual run tonight. Good night for trailer trucking so far, since we are warming up to above freezing. But watch out for the ice coming off the other vehicles and trailers. We know this break from the cold is going to be short-lived. We're cloudy, breezy, 34 degrees on Interstate 71 in Kentucky. Be safe. Have a good weekend when you get to it. All right, Glenn says, good morning, everybody. Can't say I miss those bone-chilling cold Ohio winters. Down here in Florida, we're actually having to avoid iguanas falling from the trees. You're going to have more of that next week for sure, because some of this cold's going to get all the way down. They're talking maybe you could see some mixed wintry precipitation as far south as northern Florida. Hello to Pappy on board, for a moment. Saddle up, Nocturnal listeners, better late than never. Dealing with a structure fire tonight. The house is going to be a total loss. No one hurt. That's good. 30 degrees out on the far side of southwestern Hamilton County. So the temperatures aren't too bad for the firefighters out there. So gotta go. Have a safe weekend. Hammer down and be safe. And there's Leonard. Happy Friday. Steve, 22 in Niagara Falls, New York. Yeah, he's on YouTube. Where have you been? Well, we've been in, what do they call it? I don't know, YouTube jail, I guess. We had been banned for, the longest time. So, all right. So I always like to look at the screen because I realize it must be Friday.
One day closer to the greatest day of the week.
There you go. And I more look forward to just hearing that because I know it's my weekend now.
Right.
Uh-huh.
But, yeah, right. And, this is going to be a huge greatest day of the week coming up.
Yes.
I mean, to start it off, I won't be working Sunday night into Monday. They decided to close our distribution centers this Monday.
Really?
And then, I don't know what that's all about. I've been with Penske for 18 years, and I've always worked on Martin Luther King Day. And then we got Martin Luther King Day parades, of course. And then there's millions of us that are counting the hours until we can get rid of that POS POTUS that's in there right now. So that's really huge.
Huge. And of course, then don't forget you cap off the day with a national championship in college football.
National championship.
Yeah.
And how huge would it be if Notre Dame upsets Ohio?
That would be huge.
That would be huge. And great. And great like no other. Is that how we say it?
All right.
And I don't know what's up with them closing I think it's more to do with the inauguration than it is Martin Luther King Day about closing the warehouses.
You think
both of them that are going to
you think they're concerned? Is everybody? I mean, if people that are at work, you think there's going to be any actual productivity Monday for people sitting in offices at a desk? Everybody's going to be on their computer trying to see what's going on, get the latest.
Right, and then you got everybody that's going to be at work, of course, for the college game.
Yeah.
It's probably close to the same thing as it is having Super Bowl on the weeknight. That's one of the... I wish it was on the weekend so I could watch it. I don't ever get to watch it.
I've never really understood why they hold that championship game on a Monday night, no less.
I don't know either. I don't know. Is there anything else going on the weekends that it would interrupt?
Not that I'm aware of.
Not that I know of. I don't understand it. I never did understand it. But so that's that. And I heard we've got some news that we can understand.
Yes.
It's been nice.
How about that?
But how about that? That's huge. So all of the people that have found you back on YouTube, do they know that there was that you have your app? I mean, because it seems like they maybe weren't listening the time you were off of YouTube.
That's a possibility. I'm not exactly sure. I mean, I'm seeing names that I have not seen for a long time.
Right, and if they would have been listening to the app, then they would have known that you weren't on YouTube.
Right.
So I'm thinking maybe you need to advertise that app, get them on there, get that app downloaded. Because there's more and more people that aren't on Facebook anymore, and I think that's why there was so many on YouTube. I think it's just a lot of people have left Facebook.
You're right.
Or got kicked out of it. But anyway, that's all I've got for tonight. So I guess I'll get off of here. You won't hear me Sunday night to announce the greatest day of the week, but it's going to be huge.
We'll take care of that for you. So, all right, we'll look forward to chatting with you next week. Have a great weekend. Okay, so, yeah, we're off and rolling on a Friday. 844-844-3388, the number to dial us up this early morning. So what's on tap for your weekend? Big weekend, of course, you got Saturday, Sunday. It's playoff games, NFL, 4 big games coming.
USA Radio News, I'm Lance Pry. The Israeli Prime Minister's office claims Hamas is backing out of some of its agreements in the hostage release deal. The Palestinian terrorist group made a ceasefire and hostage deal with Israel yesterday. An Israeli statement earlier said the Israeli cabinet will not convene until the mediators notify Israel that Hamas has accepted all elements of the agreement. Well, that must have happened because Netanyahu's cabinet will meet tomorrow to vote on the deal. If it passes, it must allow for another 48 hours for objections to be heard. Pope Francis has injured his forearm after a fall at his residence today. The Vatican says the Pope suffered a contusion on his arm and is being immobilized as a precaution. Florida Governor Ron DeSantis has picked his state's Attorney General to fill Marco Rubio's U.S. Senate seat. Ashley Moody will serve the remainder of Rubio's term. America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Inflation is no joke, especially when it comes to health care. So to save money, Jenny and her husband went with Medi-Share. You can hear why they love it.
We signed on with Medi-Share in March, had a really great experience. It was super easy to get going with them. Then in October of that same year, we found out I had stage 3 breast cancer.
We were put at ease with Medi-Share, walking with us and saying that they were going to be praying for us.
It's very intentional how they try to bless people when they know this is one of the hardest things that they're going through.
They and their 4 kids thank the Lord, not only for her healing and how he provided for them, but she says it makes her emotional just realizing how she gets to pay it forward.
What we put towards Medi-Share is going to be blessing another mom, and they're going to show up for her the way that they showed up for me.
Yeah, and the typical family saves up to $500 a month with Medi-Share. Find out more. Call 855-SHARE-40. That's 855-SHARE-40. 855-SHARE-40.
Doc's Diesel is your one-stop online shop for diesel filter maintenance. Genuine quality, third-party tested filters for Cummins, PowerStroke, Duramax, and EcoDiesel trucks. Doc's cuts out the middleman and those pesky markups you often find from OMEs, dealerships, and parts stores. We make ordering easy with filter kits, subscriptions, and even dealer sign-ups if you have a fleet. Purchase your filters at www.docsdiesel.com and receive 10% off when you use code SUMMERS10. Doc's Diesel, your one-stop shop for diesel maintenance.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3/4 or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
Winter is here. When the temperature drops, so does your truck's performance. Avoid fuel gelling by using Hot Shot Secret's EDT Plus Winter Defense, a 7-in-1 fuel booster and anti-gel that improves cold weather performance. The 7-point cetane boost decreases DPF regens and increases fuel economy. Be confident that your engine is running smoothly and trouble-free, even in the coldest temperatures. Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense, available at Pilot Flying J, Amazon, O'Reilly Auto Parts, and HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
Increase fuel economy up to 7.9% with Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme. The solution to maximize your engine's performance and fuel economy. Whether you're driving a sports car or a daily commuter, Gasoline Extreme is specially formulated with PEA to deep clean. Don't settle for an average driving experience. Upgrade to Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme and go further on each tank. Order now on Amazon or HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hey truckers, this is Steve Darnell from the hit TV show Vegas Rat Rods. Check it out. Industrial Injection has been a leader in the diesel heavy-duty industry since 1985. Whether you are looking to keep your truck on the road, you are a hardworking farmer feeding America, an over-the-seas mariner, a miner, or a construction craftsman, Industrial Injection can help keep your heavy-duty rigs and equipment running so you can keep America thriving. Get all your turbochargers, injection pumps, injectors, and engine parts at industrialinjection.com. Industrial Injection, the place to go for all your diesel parts needs.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
What do you say? Friday, TGIF. All right, Leonard joins us via YouTube. Happy Friday, Steve. 22 in Niagara Falls, New York. Where have you been? Well, like Captain Ron said, we've been here night after night. If anything ever were to occur, if you can't find us on YouTube, we've been on Facebook throughout the entire duration. Of course, a majority of the listeners join us via the app on their smartphone. Android, iPhone, whatever the case might be, you go to the Google Play Store or your App Store. It's overnightdriveradio.com. You do need the .com. Overnightdriveradio.com to download the app. It's a free app. So, yeah, we've been here night after night. Buckeye Boy checking in from Nashville, Tennessee. 36 degrees. Just leaving my pickup. And it's my birthday. Yeehaw. Happy birthday there. There you go. 63 trips around the sun. We'll be heading back to Wildcat Sisters and leaving tomorrow late morning headed home. Have a great night, a better weekend, everybody. Be careful out there. That's great. Oh, and lest I forget, we are also on Rumble, the home of free speech. So YouTube, Facebook, Rumble, overnightdriveradio.com. You got it. Good morning, Overnight Drive, and Steve Summers. There's Kentucky Ken on board. Sure hope everybody's staying busy and safe out there. Happy Friday. All right, good to hear from you, Kentucky Ken. Buckeye Boy mentioned, we kind of questioning why hold the national championship on a Monday night. I guess you're right. You got a big weekend, NFL playoffs, 2 games Saturday, 2 games Sunday. So they wouldn't want to compete with that, right? So the big championship game Monday night. And, of course, Big Ed made the call to start the year, the prognosticator of prognosticators, that Ohio State would go all the way. Morning, Ed.
Well, good morning, Steve. And I don't know that I would have said that if I'd have known what I found out today.
Uh-oh.
That's what I said when I read it. I thought, I didn't know Coach Freeman with Notre Dame was a linebacker for Ohio State back in 2007 and 2009. I think that was when Jim Tressel was the coach.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, he played linebacker for Ohio State. Did you know it?
I was not aware. No, absolutely not. So you're thinking?
No, I wasn't either until I found out today, and I thought, God, I say that's good because of that one factor, it's going to be a tight game. Because and I haven't heard anybody really play it up. You got to know that the Notre Dame players know this. So they're going to want to go out there and win one for the old Gipper.
Yeah.
You know? So that's good. That just, to me, that's just going to make this game that much more interesting. I don't know how many people out there realize that Coach Freeman with Notre Dame played for Ohio State. And I know in, maybe it was 2008, somewhere in there, they played for a national championship. I don't know if he was on that team or not. But that puts a whole different perspective on the ball game from my point of view.
Mm-hmm.
Well, the motivation factor for Notre Dame to come in there and knock Ohio State off. So hopefully the coaches, or at least Coach Day, is making his players aware, hey, we're facing a guy that knows what it's like to play for Ohio State, knows what it's like to give it all. That's a difference in the ball game right there, really. But I'm doesn't make my bed. I'm gonna sleep in it. I'm Buckeyes all the way.
You made your pick. Ain't no going back now.
No, and I told you right before any kickoff happened, Ohio State was going to take it all.
Yep.
And so I can claim I'm Mr. Football, get out of this prognosticating business. I need Ohio State to win. I mean, I've had a good record, a good season, but I don't want to end up with a black eye at the last game of the year,
Mm-hmm.
So,
and if
anyway, that really...
And with the Ohio State win, that takes you to 70 correct picks on the season, right?
Yes, 70. I'll be at 70-29. If I lose, I'll be 69-30. Well, it's still a good record. Yeah. But I still want that title of Mr. Football. So, NASCAR's cranking up. Maybe we'll start hearing more out of the Monkey Gouger. Ain't he your NASCAR guru that stays on top of things? Somebody else.
For years and years he had been. I don't know. He's been on again, off again. He gave up on NASCAR, and then he kind of went back a little bit. Then he gave up on it. I don't know where he stands on it right now.
Yeah, well, we need a NASCAR guru, and we need a basketball guru. And I know you got more qualified people to dissect college basketball, because that's just like a big roller coaster, up and down every week,
Mm-hmm.
Anyway, so I know you got some big time followers of basketball out there, so maybe they can start calling in the first part of the week and cluing us in on the week's games, and which ones are interesting, which ones are because come March, you'll start, everybody be gearing up for March Madness. So who do they think's going to be in and who they think's going to be out, which I know it comes down to the conference tournaments at the end of the year. So they ain't nothing like March Madness. I really love March Madness. But I'm not a guru in that field, so I kind of stay in my own lane, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
So, but anyway, it's good to hear that Josh is going to be on Sunday night, Monday morning.
Yeah.
Looking forward to that.
Yeah.
So, I think it'll be an interesting interview. You know what? I know him real close personally, but I think people will be really surprised at what he goes through out there and the work he puts in of trying to do what's good for his fan base. I know he just, you met him, down-to-earth young man.
Absolutely,
so,
yeah.
So we're definitely looking forward to that. And then I got to tell you, Steve, I want to kind of talk a little politics. Maybe not politics, but, it's easy to sit in your easy chair and watch what's going on out here in this world versus, the fires out there in California and you kind of start hardening your heart to what people are going through, because a lot of it is in my opinion, self-created. By, the people that they put in their leadership positions to supposedly take care of whatever their needs are. And so it's hard for me to feel sorry for somebody if you vote those kind of politicians in, and then the end result, you end up, it's like that empty reservoir that was out there because of their policies about water. The firefighters didn't have water to get access to in that Pacific Palisades fire, So, but I'm sitting there watching what's going on in Israel and the Gaza. And, I'm like a lot of people, to me, the Palestinians elected these people of Hamas to be their spokes representatives, if I'm understanding that right. So the people that you elected to be your representatives has brought this destruction upon you. Okay. And I don't understand your hate for the Jews. I really don't. Because I don't hate nobody. But at the same time, I think, so how do I feel sorry for the Palestinians when Israel just beating the hell out of them and blowing the hell out of their infrastructure? Because Netanyahu told you when that started, he was going to bring down the leadership of Hamas. That's his main goal. He didn't want to destroy the Palestinians per se. He wanted to destroy your leadership. That's all he's been about. But today I'm watching this, and I'm hearing, okay, they're probably going to have a ceasefire, release hostages.
Mm-hmm.
But I'm sitting here watching this, and it was an actual news report, and they was talking about the grief that the Palestinians were going through, and they said there was a building that was and they're showing all the destruction that was bombed. And they said there was a little boy buried alive under this building, and they showed it, and it wasn't a fake photo. It wasn't a photo op. It showed a little hand coming up out of this rubble trying to move a brick. And they said the little boy is trying to dig himself out, and they all go over and start moving all these bricks. And they'll be damned if it wasn't a 5-year-old little boy.
Wow.
And when I seen that, it hit me like a ton of bricks. Now what, okay, the Israeli leadership, you guys have done what you said you're going to do. It's time to stop this stuff. And I'm sorry, it's time to stop it. When I sat there and I watched a little 5-year-old boy being drugged out of rubble, and it wasn't a photo op, it was a real deal. The leaders of Hamas, the leaders of Israel, you people, you suit and necktie wearing pieces of crap, you need to go over there. Dig them little kids out from underneath that rubble. Set them up on a stage and make them understand why the hell you're doing what you're doing. What did that little 5-year-old boy do to anybody? I don't care if he's a Palestinian. I don't care if he's an Egyptian. I don't care if he's a Jew, what he is. How do you explain that? How do sane people look at that and justify what's going on over there, Steve? That hit me like a ton of bricks. And there I'm sitting in my easy chair, and I'm thinking, God, you harden your heart to these things because, out of sight, because I try not to watch too much of that because to me it's out of sight, out of mind. I've got better things to do with my life than sit around and cry and whine about what's going on over there in the Middle East. But I also smart enough to know that if those Middle Easterners, those Jew haters, not the Israelis, but the Jew haters, Palestinians, Egyptians, Saudi Arabians, Afghanistans, if they could do that here in my country, they would do it. Guarantee you they'd bring the fight to us. And then I sat there and I laugh at the first of the year. They're saying, oh, we got to worry about security. We got to worry about security. We might get hit by terrorists. Knock, knock. Liberal left. You open our borders for these dang people to come across. And the whole time you're preaching this 4 years, oh, well, there's nothing to worry about. Did they not say that?
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
And then here, the first year, you're telling me, oh, you got to be on alert. If you go out to a party or if you go where a lot of people are gathering, you got to be alert. Why? Why do I have to be alert if you preach for 4 damn years that I'm safe with open borders? Does that make sense? So anyway, I just wanted to get that off my chest, and it really hit me right between the eyes today when I seen him pulling out that little old 5-year-old boy out from underneath that rubble. At that point, I thought, it's time to stop this crap. It's time to stop it. Make your peace deal, and let's get that stopped. And go about what you've been doing all these years and rebuilding the Gaza infrastructure, helping the Palestinians out. But my thing to Palestinian people, if you're so damn stupid and you keep electing this Hamas people as your leaders, then be prepared to dig your 5-year-old kids out from underneath a bunch of damn rubble because it's your fault. And that's where I put the blame. All right, Steve, that's my spew, and I look forward to calling you Monday night, but I will be listening Sunday night, Monday morning on the greatest day of the week.
Be looking forward to hearing from Josh, and we'll probably be talking a little bit about, well, getting ready for the big game there Monday night into Tuesday morning. That's what we'll be talking about. Who won? Who is the national champion? All right, 844-844-3388. Our number, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regenerations. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3/4 or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
All right, real quick, like in regards to the ceasefire or release of hostages, I guess there were some last-minute hiccups. Israel's security cabinet was supposed to have met this past day, but whatever those hiccups were, some last-minute issues, so they did not get together. That has been bumped now to later on today. Netanyahu said they will be convening the security cabinet Friday, and then the government will approve the agreement. Some last-minute snags is all they said in talks to free the hostages in return for a ceasefire and the release of numerous Palestinian prisoners. All right, the big bombshell that came down the pike earlier this week. Out of California, the trucking industry, they're saying, is right now trying to digest what's the path forward. California's trucking industry spent the day speculating about the future of the vehicle mix now that there's no state mandate to buy zero-emission vehicles after effectively the death of the Advanced Clean Fleets rule. I mean, as they put it, the Advanced Clean Fleets killed for all intents and purposes by the California Air Resources Board when they withdrew that waiver request under the Clean Air Act to the EPA. Now, had it been granted, that waiver would have allowed the regulation to move forward. However, the Advanced Clean Trucks rule remains on the books, and that does have an EPA waiver. The end result, though, a lot of uncertainty on everything except the fact that there will be no Advanced Clean Fleets anytime in the near future. Bottom line here is the ACF and really California's move to electrify its trucks is pretty much dead for now. According to the principal with E&E Strategies and a longtime specialist in environmental regulations impacting trucking, he spoke to FreightWaves in an interview. The conventional wisdom is that CARB's decision to withdraw their waiver request was driven by the reality that a Trump administration was not likely to grant the waiver, but several observers close to the process kind of disputed it as being that simple. Matt Schrapp is the CEO of the drayage-focused Harbor Trucking Association. He said a process that was assumed at the start was likely to end with a waiver granted had not just days before the end of an administration that has leaned heavily into alternative transportation fuels. All right, this is likely to have led to some soul-searching at the California Air Resources Board. There was plenty of justification to do what ended up happening at the end. If the EPA had denied the waiver, then CARB would have been in a place where they're kind of like a black eye. The history of waiver requests from California to the EPA under the Clean Air Act is one of the states getting almost everything they sought. A rejection of the waiver would have been a big-time change. No doubt there were a lot of discussions between the legal beagles at CARB and the legal beagles at the EPA, and those discussions may have involved an ultimatum from the EPA, which was you can withdraw it or we're going to end up denying it. The reason would not have solely been the pending arrival of a Trump administration. It would not likely have favored the waiver, obviously. Both individuals said it was the argument that the trucking sector has long made that they may not have been accepted by the EPA. The goals of this were too ambitious and unworkable. All the comments that were filed into the docket, all the meetings that were held, what the pathways that were projected by CARB did not end up being the actual reality. So it wasn't just a Trump thing. This is EPA that truly had their doubts about this being workable. So there you go. Nonetheless, it was quite the big announcement when they withdrew that request. In a prepared statement by CARB, the chair said there was no suggestion that the EPA had expressed resistance to granting a waiver on the merits. She said the agency was unable to act on all the requests in time and referred to uncertainty created by the incoming administration that had previously attacked California's programs to protect public health and the climate. So pretty much the statement from CARB spelled it right out there, the Trump effect. All right, got a Friday coming on. Clear lines at 844-844-3388. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois. Scheid Diesel has you covered.
Winter is here. When the temperature drops, so does your truck's performance. Avoid fuel gelling by using Hot Shot Secret's EDT Plus Winter Defense, a 7-in-1 fuel booster and anti-gel that improves cold weather performance. The 7-point cetane boost decreases DPF regens and increases fuel economy. Be confident that your engine is running smoothly and trouble-free, even in the coldest temperatures. Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense, available at Pilot Flying J, Amazon, O'Reilly Auto Parts, and HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Doc's Diesel is your one-stop online shop for diesel filter maintenance. Genuine quality, third-party tested filters for Cummins, PowerStroke, Duramax, and EcoDiesel trucks. Doc's cuts out the middleman and those pesky markups you often find from OMEs, dealerships, and parts stores. We make ordering easy with filter kits, subscriptions, and even dealer sign-ups if you have a fleet. Purchase your filters at www.docsdiesel.com and receive 10% off when you use code SUMMERS10. Doc's Diesel, your one-stop shop for diesel maintenance.
USA Radio News, I'm Lance Pry. The Israeli Prime Minister's office claims Hamas is backing out of some of its agreements in the hostage release deal. The Palestinian terrorist group made a ceasefire and hostage deal with Israel yesterday. An Israeli statement earlier said the Israeli cabinet will not convene until the mediators notify Israel that Hamas has accepted all elements of the agreement. Well, that must have happened because Netanyahu's cabinet will meet tomorrow to vote on the deal. If it passes, it must allow for another 48 hours for objections to be heard. Pope Francis has injured his forearm after a fall at his residence today. The Vatican says the Pope suffered a contusion on his arm and is being immobilized as a precaution. Florida Governor Ron DeSantis has picked his state's attorney general to fill Marco Rubio's U.S. Senate seat. Ashley Moody will serve the remainder of Rubio's term. Marco was picked by President Trump to be his Secretary of State. A couple of well-known people you might know passed today. Twin Peaks director David Lynch is dead at the age of 78. His family announced his death on Facebook. And former baseball player and announcer extraordinaire Bob Uecker died in Wisconsin today at the age of 90. Last year, he was diagnosed with small cell lung cancer. The Milwaukee Brewers made Uecker's death announcement. The musicians performing for President Trump's inauguration weekend are being announced. Carrie Underwood, Kid Rock, Billy Ray Cyrus, Jason Aldean, Rascal Flatts, and the Village People will all perform this weekend. A statement from the inaugural committee said the weekend will be a celebration of music, unity, and patriotism, ushering in America's new golden age. The list includes a surprise musical guest to perform at the Liberty Ball on Monday night. America's News Network, USA Radio News.
You know, a lot of times you have to choose between something high quality or something that saves you money. But if you could get both, why not? Especially when it comes to health care. And that is MediShare. You get both. Many families save $500 a month with Medi-Share, and that's huge. But it's also true that people wind up way more satisfied. The member satisfaction rate for Medi-Share is double that of the typical health insurance plan. Double. That's because Medi-Share works. It has for more than 30 years. It's a community of Christians who have shared more than $5 billion of each other's bills. People love having telehealth. They love the huge PPO network. You can save a ton and like it better. Imagine being happy with how you're taking care of your health care. So if you're self-employed or part of the gig economy, or you just want a plan you're happy with, you can call right now and get a price in 2 minutes. Here's the number. Just call 855-SHARE-40. That's 855-SHARE-40. 855-SHARE-40.
Cat food sold in multiple states is being recalled after some tested positive for the highly pathogenic avian influenza virus.
Northwest Naturals has issued a voluntary recall of 2-pound packages of feline turkey recipe raw frozen pet food with the use-by dates of May 21st, 2026 or June 23rd, 2026. Officials have reported that a domestic cat in Oregon has died after eating this food. Testing confirmed the presence of the virus in both the pet food and the cat. Consumers who have purchased the food should stop feeding it to your pet immediately. If your pet shows any sign of illness, contact your veterinarian. If you have any questions, contact Northwest Naturals of Portland. Anthony Lucero, USA Radio News.
As lawmakers are looking over at California, New York Senator Kristen Gillibrand wants to ensure fire departments have everything they need to fight wildfires.
The senator says she's looking over legislation to increase resources for fire departments across New York State, including measures that would put more money into training and equipment pertaining to wildfires.
The equipment and training that's needed to stop a brush fire is very different than the equipment and training needed to take down a fire in a building.
It follows destructive wildfires in Los Angeles, California, with Gillibrand noting the spate of brush and wildfires that broke out in the Hudson Valley and New York City in November, prompting the FDNY to put together its first ever brush fire task force. I'm Natalie Migliori.
Thanks for being there. Lance Pry, USA Radio News.
Offer not valid in all states or where prohibited by law. Loans are subject to lender approval. See website for details.
Meet Brian. He just got $5,000, and it was pretty easy. I'll tell you how in 10 seconds. Brian needed cash help. After being rejected by banks, he tried 27cash.com. Told them how much he needed, even let them know he had bad credit. In minutes, 27cash.com found a lender who deposited $5,000 into his bank account the very next day. If you need cash help, even if you have bad credit, go to 27cash.com. 27cash.com.
Winter is here. When the temperature drops, so does your truck's performance. Avoid fuel gelling by using Hot Shot Secret's EDT Plus Winter Defense, a 7-in-1 fuel booster and anti-gel that improves cold weather performance. The 7-point cetane boost decreases DPF regens and increases fuel economy. Be confident that your engine is running smoothly and trouble-free, even in the coldest temperatures. Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense, available at Pilot Flying J, Amazon, O'Reilly Auto Parts, and HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Doc's Diesel is your one-stop online shop for diesel filter maintenance. Genuine quality, third-party tested filters for Cummins, PowerStroke, Duramax, and EcoDiesel trucks. Doc's cuts out the middleman and those pesky markups you often find from OMEs, dealerships, and parts stores. We make ordering easy with filter kits, subscriptions, and even dealer sign-ups if you have a fleet. Purchase your filters at www.docsdiesel.com and receive 10% off when you use code SUMMERS10. Doc's Diesel, your one-stop shop for diesel maintenance.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the smokies off your ass. This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Summers.
Rolling into a Friday, a TGIF. Time zone to time zone, make our way into the 17th of January. I promised last hour we'd get to just how cold is it going to get next week. Anticipation for the coldest outbreak of the winter. And they're already saying the duration of the winter likely will not see cold of this nature again. We just got to get through it first. First from the email bag. How about that? Under the heading Best Radio Show. Hello, Mr. Summers. My name's Brandon Whitmore. Started listening to you a year and a half ago every night at work. I do a security night shift, 6 p.m. to 4:30 a.m. at a casino in Harrington, Delaware. Also home of the Delaware State Fair for over 100 years. Born and raised here in Delaware. Used to drive limo, taxi, chauffeur class at the CDL for 7 years until COVID hit in 2020. But I love learning all the perspectives. Just downloaded the app tonight. Super cool beans. Maybe I'll get the nerve up to call the show sometime. I appreciate what you do, and all the callers do. Keeping America moving out there on the road. God bless you all in your travels, my friends. Brandon, a.k.a. B-Dog. So I guess maybe he hadn't heard me mention. I guess I don't mention it enough. Yes, the app, downloadable to listen anywhere on the go. Most of the truck drivers use the app because technically it's against the rules to have any sort of video streaming on any sort of an electronic device. So if they try to pull up the Facebook, the YouTube, the Rumble with the video, unable to listen without the video playing. So the app, you can have the screen dark. Yeah, technically most of them plug their smartphone into their truck radio. Nowadays with all the USB abilities, plug in the app, download the app, plug into the radio, listen actually through the actual stereo system on the truck. So there you go, overnightdriveradio.com. Now, first, as we kick off this hour, the Siberian Express is going to lunge across the Great Lakes this weekend, or the Great Plains, I should say. And as that air turns east, lowest temperatures of the season are going to unfold from beyond the plains to the Midwest and much of the East. This cold outbreak occurring right smack in the middle of what historically is the coldest part of winter. AccuWeather's meteorologist Bob Larson says given that a widespread deep snow cover will not be present over much of the central and eastern states, probably maybe very few record low temperatures may be set, but conditions will feel harsh for many days compared to recent memory for the month, as the last significantly cold January from much of the region was back in 2022. For some, it was actually 2018 and all the way back to 2014 for others. New York City, for example, January of 24 and 23 brought a historical average of 3.3 and 9.8 degrees above historical average levels, respectively. January of 22 brought an average of 3.3 degrees below average. In the depths of the cold next week, highs will be mainly in the 20s, nighttime lows in the teens. It's possible that at least one day highs may struggle to even reach 20. Nighttime temperatures well into the single digits. This is New York City. The upper 30s for highs, lows in the upper 20s would be average for New York City this time of year. Of course, the presidential inauguration Monday could be one of the coldest on record, or at least the coldest since Ronald Reagan, second term, 1985. In Atlanta, temperatures so far this January averaging close to 6 degrees below average. The last time temperatures were consistently in this territory was back in 2014. Now, due to the stiff breezes that will accompany the cold, icy drafts may penetrate crawl spaces and enclosed non-heated locations, significantly raising the risk of frozen pipes and burst pipes over much of the interior, south central, and southeastern USA from later this weekend into the first part of next week. Now, in New England, temperatures have been running pretty close to average so far. Still, once that frigid air expands eastward next week, they may dip past 2 degrees below the average in some areas which would be considered abnormally cold. Now, further west, Houston, where there may be a couple of days where temperatures reach no higher than 40 degrees, with nighttime lows in the 20s to near 30. Now, at that level, that's 25 degrees below average. Pipes in exposed or unheated areas may freeze and burst. Further north, Chicago, at least one day will likely bring temperatures no higher than the single digits. Multiple nights with temperatures below zero for next week. Minneapolis may struggle to reach zero more than one day next week. Nighttime lows 10 to 15 degrees below zero. Air temperature we're talking here. Even in Florida, much of the Florida Peninsula likely to avoid the worst of the chill. Still, freezing temperatures are expected during the outbreak in Central and South Florida. Yeah, the dense frigid air is going to race across the central states, spill over the Appalachian in stages starting this weekend into the middle of next week, rather than one massive sweep. That's going to create enough of a breeze to be painful and dangerous if you're outside for extended period of times, not dressed properly. Now, they also advise the frigid air may set the stage for significant ice jams in the weeks ahead, with some rebound in temperatures and then thaws likely in February. Yeah, the level and extensiveness of the frigid air may be tough to match for the rest of the winter. Either way, rounds of significant to heavy lake effect snow, though, will continue around the Great Lakes in the next couple of weeks. Still a lot of open, above normal water temperatures there on the lakes. Good morning, Pappy. Happy Friday.
What's happening, Steve? Hey, man, I think my voice sounds a little better. I'll be able to call in now. I wanted to talk a little bit about Big Ed's call. And Steve, listen, man, as Christians, we totally get where Big Ed's coming from here. But with that said, we have to recognize that there's evil in this world. And I think it was Mark Twain said, evil exists when good men do nothing. You know, as Christians, we mourn and pray for that 5-year-old. I think he said it was a Palestinian boy. I don't, know if it was a Palestinian or Israeli young lad that got pulled out of that rubble. But as Christians, we mourn for all children, whereas the extremists, Steve, they would praise the death of that infidel kid if it was a Jewish or American, or they would praise the death of that child.
Yeah.
That's the difference here, and unfortunately, us humans, for some damn reason, can't seem to just live and get along together. And evil plays a big part of that. It's been going on since man's walked the earth, or since Jesus, at least, before him. But something that always comes back to my mind is that back during the Vietnam War, covered that Time magazine photo of that young teenage little Vietnamese girl running naked down the street. You could see the terror on her voice or on her face. Look what the Nazis did in World War II. You just march human beings into a gas chamber and gas them and kill them because of their race.
Yeah.
So listen, man, I get where he's coming from, but Steve, the unspeakable things that have been going on with this human trafficking is just coming out now, more so. A lot of news coming out of the UK, Steve, about some unspeakable acts that some of these evil perpetrators are perpetrating against these young children. And I mean, as Christians, we just can't fathom, you know, we can't fathom the thought of doing that to an innocent child. It just blows our mind. But it's out there, and it's real, and it's happening, and we got to put a stop to it. If we just turn our heads and look the other way, we're no better than the damn evil committing the crimes. And when Big Ed talked about, you know, he talked about people attending the inauguration. I got one of my coworkers going, a couple of his family members going, a couple people I know are actually going, several.
Wow.
You know, what kind of country we live in, you know, when they tell us, you know, be prepared, look around, watch your surroundings. Well, Steve, we can thank the whacked out left Democrat Party for this. The Biden administration, who is literally trying to burn this country down to the very last day he sets foot out of that White House. These people that believe men can have babies are the same people doing this to our country. And I pray, Steve, that this inauguration goes okay. I'm glad we made it to this point without nothing really crazy happening.
Right. And there's a lot of talk. I mean, all the security concerns. I got, you know, several, the former, New York chief commissioner. Yeah, he's talking about, you know, he said, they keep saying there's no specific threat. Well, he said, keep in mind there was no specific threat in Butler, Pennsylvania either.
Well, Steve, come on. Bongino talked about this. Come on. What do you mean no specific threat? Are you kidding me? Steve, that President of the United States gets threats every day, all the time.
Mm-hmm.
And you can't tell me that they haven't got any kind of threats that they don't deem that they need to be followed up on, or they're just not telling us about it. This drone thing, though, man, I'm telling you, Steve, I hope they got some countermeasures in place. Sounds like they do, right? It's just how well. Told you some people were going from work. They had to they had to go to a website and register to get in. And he read off a list of things that you're not allowed to take in the whole area there. I forget what they call the whole area of D.C., though. I mean, they're totally locking it down, man.
Yep.
You're literally not allowed to take nothing into this secured area. Literally nothing. I'm not so much worried about, like, the lone gunman, somebody going to take a shot at that. This drone, I'm telling you, Steve, this drone deal has me worried. I don't know if you heard this. Bongino put this out. It's the same kind of drone I got, that DJI drone.
Yeah.
That, you know, when I launch this thing, if I'm near an airport, if I'm really close to an airport, it will not let you launch that drone. Okay?
Mm-hmm.
If I'm near an FCC regulated airspace, it will give you a warning. If I try to enter or launch inside that restricted airspace, it will not let you. Well, guess what China did? They said all their software on all these drones that are purchased around the world, that they are disabling that warning system built into these drones for next week. during the inauguration.
So what sort of
follow what I just did?
What sort of purpose?
Follow what I just said.
What purpose would that serve, except to, in other words, drones would be able to get into airspace that they otherwise would not?
Yes.
Wow.
I'm telling you right now, if I took my drone, excuse me, and went out on the West Road, that Harrison Little Airport out there, and I tried to launch that thing inside that airspace, it would not let me. Because it's a restricted airspace. If you start to enter a restricted airspace, I would get a warning. Hey, you're entering a restricted airspace. Now, I'm not 100% sure if that thing is already launched, if you could keep flying it, or if it would automatically shut down if you entered into that airspace. But I know it won't let you launch.
Wow.
It will not let you launch that thing if you're in a restricted airspace. Now, obviously, they could launch some drones 10 miles away, out of the airspace and fly in. But just a simple fact that China, the maker of these drones, came out and said they were even going to just disable that feature. It just kind of throws up a red flag, man. All right, brother. That's all I got.
Things...
I think of anything else. My voice.
Yeah, your voice.
My voice holds up. I call back later.
All right. Hope you feel better soon there, Pap. You've been fighting the bug, the crud all week. All right, on a separate note, we've got more on security preparations there in D.C., which are ongoing at this very moment. But it's been numerous nominee confirmation hearings taking place this week. And Sean Duffy, the nominee to replace Pete Buttigieg as Department of Transportation Secretary, it was his turn on the stand. A top action item on his to-do list, if confirmed, is to visit the storm-ravaged I-40 in Tennessee and North Carolina and prioritize rebuilding. We need to know that this is going to be a front and center so that we can get that interstate rebuilt and reopened, was the word from Senator Marsha Blackburn this past day at his confirmation hearing. If I'm confirmed, the first trip I would like to make is to see the devastation and destruction and the need to rebuild your states, he responded. Of course, Duffy, a former congressman, Fox News host, was nominated to head the DOT. Senator Ted Budd of North Carolina told Duffy that 25 counties in western North Carolina suffered road damage from Hurricane Helene. The big problem right now seems to be delays. Asking Duffy how he plans to speed up the rebuilding process. I think it's going to take time to streamline the process, but this is an ongoing emergency, Duffy responded. I will commit to you that I'll do everything in the power of the department to move the process forward as quickly as possible. Now, just this past week, the DOT released $320 million in emergency funds to repair I-40 and I-26. They're in North Carolina and Tennessee, vital trucking routes. Senator Todd Young of Indiana receives assurances from Duffy that the department would reinvigorate an apprenticeship program allowing truck drivers under 21 to haul freight across state lines. That was included in the bipartisan infrastructure law signed by President Biden in 21, but included restrictions on participation that were ultimately lifted in an appropriations bill passed earlier this year. And that was because simply no one was participating in the program. Young asked, will you review how the Biden administration screwed up the implementation and potentially try to fix this bipartisan effort? And if it can't be fixed administratively, might you work with me to improve the language? Duffy said, I will commit to report on where the department is on this and make sure what Congress has passed is fairly and rightfully implemented. He's also committed to rolling out long-awaited autonomous vehicle regulations that would provide more clarity and consistency for the tech developers. Right now, it is a patchwork of laws from state to state. I believe there has to be a federal law by which all these innovations can abide by, no matter if they're in Texas or California or somewhere else. After safety, which is key, we want to provide a wide runway for these companies and innovators to create products that are going to bring us this new technology that will revolutionize the way we get items or how we travel. All right, let's see. We should not be forced to buy cars that Washington wants. We should buy cars that we want, suggesting that the Biden administration's aggressive zero emissions timelines are just a de facto mandate on electric vehicles. I think there's room in this space for both electric vehicles and gas-powered vehicles. I want to see a robust marketplace. Several other things he testified in regards to, so yeah, Sean Duffy, OOIDA, and many others on board thinking he was a good pick by Donald Trump to lead the DOT. 844-844-3388. We return on a Friday after this.
USA Radio News, I'm Lance Pry. The Israeli Prime Minister's office claims Hamas is backing out of some of its agreements in the hostage release deal. The Palestinian terrorist group made a ceasefire and hostage deal with Israel yesterday. An Israeli statement earlier said the Israeli cabinet will not convene until the mediators notify Israel that Hamas has accepted all elements of the agreement. Well, that must have happened because Netanyahu's cabinet will meet tomorrow to vote on the deal. If it passes, it must allow for another 48 hours for objections to be heard. Pope Francis has injured his forearm after a fall at his residence today. The Vatican says the Pope suffered a contusion on his arm and is being immobilized as a precaution. Florida Governor Ron DeSantis has picked his state's attorney general to fill Marco Rubio's U.S. Senate seat. Ashley Moody will serve the remainder of Rubio's term. America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Inflation is no joke, especially when it comes to health care. So to save money, Jenny and her husband went with Medi-Share. You can hear why they love it.
We signed on with Medi-Share in March, had a really great experience. It was super easy to get going with them. Then in October of that same year, we found out I had stage 3 breast cancer.
We were put at ease with Medi-Share, walking with us and saying that they were going to be praying for us.
It's very intentional how they try to bless people when they know this is one of the hardest things that they're going through.
They and their 4 kids thank the Lord, not only for her healing and how he provided for them, but she says it makes her emotional just realizing how she gets to pay it forward.
What we put towards Medi-Share is going to be blessing another mom, and they're going to show up for her the way that they showed up for me.
Yeah, and the typical family saves up to $500 a month with Medi-Share. Find out more. Call 855-SHARE-40. That's 855-SHARE-40. 855-SHARE-40.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
Increase fuel economy up to 7.9% with Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme. The solution to maximize your engine's performance and fuel economy. Whether you're driving a sports car or a daily commuter, Gasoline Extreme is specially formulated with PEA to deep clean. Don't settle for an average driving experience. Upgrade to Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme and go further on each tank. Order now on Amazon or HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
For anything diesel, take take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
Doc's Diesel is your one-stop online shop for diesel filter maintenance. Genuine quality, third-party tested filters for Cummins, PowerStroke, Duramax, and EcoDiesel trucks. Doc's cuts out the middleman and those pesky markups you often find from OMEs, dealerships, and parts stores. We make ordering easy with filter kits, subscriptions, and even dealer signups if you have a fleet. Purchase your filters at www.docsdiesel.com and receive 10% off when you use code SUMMERS10. Doc's Diesel, your one-stop shop for diesel maintenance.
Winter is here. When the temperature drops, so does your truck's performance. Avoid fuel gelling by using Hot Shot Secret's EDT Plus Winter Defense, a 7-in-1 fuel booster and anti-gel that improves cold weather performance. The 7-point cetane boost decreases DPF regens and increases fuel economy. Be confident that your engine is running smoothly and trouble-free, even in the coldest temperatures. Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense, available at Pilot Flying J, Amazon, O'Reilly Auto Parts, and HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hey truckers, this is Steve Darnell from the hit TV show Vegas Rat Rods. Check it out. Industrial Injection has been a leader in the diesel heavy-duty industry since 1985. Whether you are looking to keep your truck on the road, you are a hardworking farmer feeding America, an over-the-seas mariner, a miner, or a construction craftsman, Industrial Injection can help keep your heavy-duty rigs and equipment running so you can keep America thriving. Get all your turbochargers, injection pumps, injectors, and engine parts at industrialinjection.com. Industrial Injection, the place to go for all your diesel parts needs.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
On a Friday, let's see what's going on with Senor Heatwave this morning.
Oh, good morning, Senor. How you doing today?
Hey, a Friday. Ready for the weekend?
Oh, yeah, sure. Mm-hmm.
Yeah? No?
Oh, Lordy. I've got a lot of stuff to do. My daughter, she, from Satan's sister, the daughter that loves me, yeah, they're going to be moving out of the house, so I've got to get my trailer set up so they can start loading stuff on it so they can make the move. And the only problem is I'll have to be the one driving because neither my son-in-law nor my daughter have ever traveled with a trailer behind them, you know, whether it be a little U-Haul or a 16-foot flatbed. So yeah, it's going to be exciting. It'd probably happen next month. I got till next month to move out.
Mm-hmm.
Well, let's see what else is going on. Well, I heard a little snippet from Biden at his talking to the troops, telling them thank you for working with me. And he says there's 1% of us out here doing the protection of the other 99%. I can agree with that. And he's saying that, you know, the service members are owed big time. Yeah, we are. You know, past, you know, and present. Then Lloyd Austin gets on there and says, but Biden's foreign policies have made us stronger in the world today than we ever were. And I mean, it's just enough to make you want to throw up. You know?
I was tuned into that. Was it just me, or did Joe? I mean, he looked like he was falling asleep while I was standing there.
Well, I mean, as weak as he is, you know, physically, mentally, and you know, he could have been. I don't know. I actually got pretty good sleep today, but I'm still tired. I don't know why. So, anyways, I was going to see if the parrot had come on there, because it seems like anytime anyone says anything, he gets on there and repeats it. But he repeats it with vigor. I was like, well, if we didn't hear it right the first time, I guess we hear it again immediately thereafter. Oh, Lord. So we got USA Radio News. Thank God. I'm glad y'all were able to switch over and get them. You know, no news media is going to be perfect.
No.
But I think USA Radio News is going to be a lot more fair and balanced, kind of like Fox or One American News or Newsweek, Newsmax, or whatever the hell they call them now. That one that Bill O'Reilly is on, I'd seen the ad for him. It says it's going to be on channel 347 on DirecTV. So now Riley was with Fox News at one time, wasn't he?
Correct. Yes, he was.
What caused him to leave? Was it just contract?
I think he got run out. It was some sort of, if memory serves, some sort of sexual allegation or something of that nature. I do believe.
Oh. So we got another Matt. What was that guy's name on the Today Show? Got another one of them kind of people, huh? Well, okay, all right. Well. So I was talking to Gilligan, and I have to give him a big shout out for letting me know just how many days there are until Christmas. I guess today's number 342, so we got that much time to look forward to the new gifts that are coming up.
Mm-hmm.
And was talking to Braindead yesterday, and I forgot to ask him how much damage did he do to the building when he fell down. You know, did he put a hole in the floor, or did he bend the a little metal ramp going up from the trailer to the dock? Yeah, I forgot to ask him how much damage he did. But I was glad to hear him talking coherently on the phone after the show. So I imagine he does have a headache for sure.
Right.
All I know is when I hit my head on something that hard, it usually breaks open in half, and they get the wood glue to, fill in the cracks and squeeze it with a vise. Oh, Lordy. Well, what else has been going on? I guess Pam Bondi got through with her confirmation hearing, or whatever the hell they call them.
Yes.
I wonder how many more victims on the Democrat side she slayed. Was it the same people that was grilling her yesterday that attacked her again today?
I know that I couldn't tell you. I'm not sure. I thought everybody gets a certain amount of time. Like they go from one to the next. I guess when the time's up. However many didn't get to question the previous day, but
was it the same group? Was it that was grilling her yesterday? Was it the same group that was going against her today? Because I know when Hegseth was on there, they were asking for a second round, and Chairman said, no, this is what we agreed on. This is what we're going to do. And, they really strenuously suggested they have another go-around with Pete. And, he says, no, hey, this is what you agreed on in December, damn it. That's what we're going to be doing right now. So, but, I hope everybody that Trump wants gets in. And do they have to have the full committee vote yes, or is it a majority and then it goes to the Senate for Senate confirmation? Is that how that works out?
I've got the timeline before me here, so I'll have to go through that for you.
Oh, okay, all right. Oh, well, I don't know. I'm sure there's other stuff I want to chit-chat about, but my mind is like a sieve. I can hold some things in, but the others, they just kind of flow through the cracks. So I will let you go, and I'll call you in that loneliest hour if you need be.
All right. Well, we shall be here on a Friday morning. Here's the way it breaks down. It's kind of an arduous process, but Pam Bondi is on track for a possible Senate confirmation maybe week after next, under the timeline described yesterday by the Senate Judiciary Committee Chair Chuck Grassley, in an interview ahead of the second day of Bondi's confirmation hearing, the Iowa Republican said he expects to advance her nomination out of the panel on January 27. Now, that could set up a final confirmation vote later that week, depending on the scheduling decisions by the Senate Republican leaders and opposition from Democrats. As a former Florida Attorney General, personal lawyer to Trump, Bondi underwent marathon questions by senators Wednesday, where the Democrats largely took aim at Trump's pick to run the FBI. Kash Patel was their focus more than actually Bondi. Now, her confirmation is expected to be smooth, but committee rules means she will not be able to assume control of the Justice Department on day one or even week one of the second Trump administration. That's because Judiciary Democrats can request a 1-week delay of any nominee placed on the committee's agenda, which that is expected to happen at an initial panel meeting next week. So, yes, they're going to probably draw it out as long as they possibly can, just for spite. But I did tune into some of the confirmation questioning this past day, and there was much questioning related to Kash Patel. Kash is going to be going through his own hearing, right? So why ask Bondi about him? Let him answer his own questions, but... All right, who we got checking in here? Tony's on board. Hello, Steve, in the hotshot secret nation, southern Illinois, along the banks of the Ohio River, checking in. Drive safe. Buckeye Boy, in relation to Hamas. Hamas will break the ceasefire. They still say they want the destruction of Israel. And though depleted, the Hamas leadership is going to use this as a chance to reconstitute and rearm. I think the only two reasons that Israel has agreed to this are, number one, extreme pressure from other nations. Number two, pressure from internally. But they'll do whatever it takes to get the hostages back, even though they suspect Hamas most likely will start the fighting again. I feel bad for the children trapped by the rubble. But they can blame it on the Palestinian people for voting the likes of Hamas to lead them, and the Biden administration for allowing it to happen. Okay. Very good. It is 844-844-3388. Paul Boy on board this Friday morning. See what he's got on his mind. Hey there.
Well, good morning, Steve.
Morning.
Well, I got to thank Big Ed. He opened my eyes up, and I agree with him, and I agree with what Pappy had to say, because that little boy is innocent. I don't give it, in order to grump a rat's ass, what them two do between one another, even though I'm on the Israeli side, and they cause this garbage. But when you're pulling some young one out, it does tear on your heart. And, being Christians, as our nation is supposed to be Christian and founded on Christian and Judeo values, it does tug at your heartstrings. But that's just where I stand on that. Thank you, Ed. But then again, Ed, I got to find me a better procrastinator. I thought you had your facts straight to go back and dig up on where that coach from Notre Dame came from. Thank you, Ed. I did not realize he was from Ohio State, going over to Notre Dame. But, that was a little bit of an eye-opening event, let's just say. But on your California deal that you were talking about here, 30 minutes ago, my question is this. With them reversing the emissions deals out there, how much money is it going to cost your OEMs? Because you've been at a truck show like I have, and you've talked to the OEMs more than I have. How far in advance are the OEMs on this zero emissions stuff? Like 5 years? Am I not wrong?
I mean, they've all been sinking money. It's pretty much the same as the big three automakers, Chevy, Ford. Yeah, they're all sinking billions of dollars into the EVs. But we've seen pretty much all of them over the past year due to the lack of sales, the lack of interest, kind of scaling back and cutting back on some of that investment. The demand isn't there, and undoubtedly, you can bank on Trump coming in, and he's going to overturn those mandates, and even the emission standards are going to put out new emission standards. So the internal combustion engine, as well as EVs. I mean, he's not against EVs. It's just let the people have a choice. You should be able to buy what you want.
Yes, sir. I want my big Ford pickup out there. Yeah. I don't want to get stuck with a battery and run my battery dead trying to get out. But now, you look. Have you seen anything? I've been kind of off the realm of things. Have you seen anything that the ATA is saying since Californians came out saying this?
I have not seen any comment from them, no.
Because, like Swift, the Snyders, and all of them, I think Snyder was starting a fleet. I think they had 5 or 6 of them in one particular fleet that was running nothing but the L.A. In that area. Mm-hmm. I've seen that on one of their flashes here like 4 or 5 months ago, somewhere in there. And it's like, if they're belching this money into it, and now all of a sudden they're going to have a setback, but I'm sorry, the big ATA companies, it don't bother me to see them have a setback. It's just, you know what I'm trying to say. How much money and how much equipment is it going to cost them to eat? And because honestly, Steve, I wouldn't want to begin a battery-operated truck.
Right.
And that's what they are. They're not an EV, battery-operated. But I was reading something here a little bit ago. I did have to laugh. So I got to say, I want you to be the ambassador for the Trucking Association.
Okay.
The American Truckers.
Right.
Well, did you see where John Boyd, Sylvester Stallone, and Mel Gibson is the ambassadors to Hollywood?
Did. Yeah. Trump trying to say make Hollywood great again. I don't know. There are just a handful of conservative voices in Hollywood, no doubt.
Well, sir, I don't know. I think we might be painting Hollywood, them white letters in Hollywood out there on that hill. We might be painting them red after Gavin Newsom dropped the ball on this fire and your Mayor Bass or whatever the hell her name is out there. I think, honestly, I've damn near got to say this, and I can't say it without a smile. Had this been 5-6 months ago, you think we would have had a lot more than 312 electoral votes for President Trump?
You can't help but wonder if things might have been different there. And good question, Plowboy. You never know. I can tell you this: the map was much redder in the 24 election than it was 4 years earlier. You put the side-by-side comparison. A lot of folks' opinions, votes changed over 4 years. So Orange County, there in California, Orange County Fire Authority Chief Brian Fennessy, talking on the Glenn Beck program this past day, said he knows all too well and agrees with Glenn that what happened in California was, in his words, totally predictable. When I started back in 1978, he said, we usually have a few days' notice. Meteorology is not what it is today. Now, we started to get notified about 10 days out, then confidence would build at 7 days. And then when you're about 4 days out, you'd be pretty sure what was coming your way. Speaking of these Santa Ana wind events, there was plenty of advance notice. Right now we're already talking about a potentially very strong event coming up next week there in California. So I said, it seems as though it was known that this was going to happen, Glenn says. I mean, it's routine. You expect the Santa Ana winds every year. You expect forest fires, and you expect brush fires in California every year. It seems like incompetence, cutting the funding for the fire agencies, not really being fully prepared. And then on top of it, it seems incompetence to a level that's almost criminal. And then the third part of this, as we see it, as I see it, is there may be some actors after the main fire started. Again, arsonists. Now, Fennessy said, I don't know for sure, but I will tell you this. I grew up in Altadena. That's one of the towns that's pretty well wiped out. When you live that close to the foothills, you're used to Santa Ana winds. Fantasy's getting a similar story to Glenn's, though. I'm probably hearing the same things you are, that reservoirs may not have been filled as they needed to be. Yes, a draw on the system can cause decrease in pressure, but I've never heard of it. I've never heard of anything where there actually wasn't pressure. I don't know. And I've shared this with people that in 2003 in San Diego, we had at the time the largest fire in California history. We lost pressure but that was because pump houses, pump stations that had been burned, and we didn't even know they existed. Had we known, we would have protected those pump houses as much as we protect an actual home. Yeah, Fantasy believes that it's not just water supply and pump houses, but even more can be done to prevent wildfires, and this is all over the country. I've worked for both the USDA and the USDI. Let's face it, firefighters for decades have done such a great job of suppressing fires quickly that it's caused this growth, and we've got an unhealthy landscape out here in California. We need to start putting beneficial fire back on the landscape. We need to clear the brush. We need to do something about the unhealthy forest. I don't, do they even still use controlled burns and things of that nature out there, trying to, create fire breaks in the event that a lightning strike or a Santa Ana wind? I'm not exactly sure, but from somebody in the know, it sounds like they're not doing enough. All right, as we roll toward news break, couple minutes away, who we got on board? Hey, Mike, what day is it? It ain't hump day. Friday coming on here. Looks like Eagle plans to check in ahead, and room for you at 844-844-3388. So a heads up, truck drivers, your opportunity to weigh in on the FMCSA's broker transparency proposal is almost over. Back in November, they issued that proposed rulemaking that aims to strengthen existing broker transparency regulations. Next Tuesday, January 21, is the final day for the public to comment. As of this past day, more than 2,300 comments had been submitted to the docket. The majority of those comments have come from truck drivers who support the proposal and encourage the FMCSA to take additional steps to promote fairness. Transparency regulations have been on the books since the 1980s, but all too often they are not enforced, according to OOIDA. They filed a petition to start a broker transparency rulemaking back in 2020. They have been encouraging drivers, let the agency know why a rule is needed. Now, the transparency proposal's been around for a long, long time. This is one of the requirements that actually has been in federal regulations for over 40 years. It's just never been complied with. We need to change that. And this is our opportunity. OOIDA can let everybody know what's going on, but our words mean so much more if they are backed up by your words and your real-world experiences. In other words, your voice matters. Your opinion matters. Let's work together and fix some of these issues. Broker transparency is one of those issues that, yes, needs to be fixed. Of course, there are 4 main provisions in that. We've gone through those many times in the past. Let's see. The first provision would require brokers to keep their records in an electronic format. And like I said, we've gone through all those 4 provisions time and time again. If you still have not and would like to comment, again, you got the weekend, an opportunity here. The FMCSA will accept comments on the broker transparency proposal again through Tuesday, January 21st. If you'd like some assistance, the easiest thing to do would go to the fightingfortruckers.com website, where they've got all the details about the proposal and even suggestions of things to comment. Or you can go straight to the regulations.gov website and enter the docket number FMCSA-2023-0257-0001. Fightingfortruckers.com. Again, the easiest route. 844-844-3388. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Let's face it, winter is here. When the temperature drops, so does your truck's performance. You know what I'm talking about. The hard, cold starts, rough idling, and fuel gelling. Avoid these problems by using Hot Shot Secret's EDT Plus Winter Defense. EDT Plus Winter Defense is a concentrated 7-in-1 fuel booster and anti-gel that prevents gelling and improves engine performance in the coldest of climates. The 7-point cetane boost decreases DPF regens, increases fuel economy and winter operability, plus the lubricity protection of LX4 to extend fuel system life. With EDT Plus Winter Defense, you can be confident that your engine is running smoothly and trouble-free, even in the coldest temperatures. Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense is available at Pilot Flying J truck stops, Amazon, O'Reilly Auto Parts, and HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Fire Punk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
For anything diesel, take it to Shy Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Shy Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois. Shy Diesel has you covered.
USA Radio News, I'm Lance Pry. The Israeli Prime Minister's office claims Hamas is backing out of some of its agreements in the hostage release deal. The Palestinian terrorist group made a ceasefire and hostage deal with Israel yesterday. An Israeli statement earlier said the Israeli cabinet will not convene until the mediators notify Israel that Hamas has accepted all elements of the agreement. Well, that must have happened because Netanyahu's cabinet will meet tomorrow to vote on the deal. If it passes, it must allow for another 48 hours for objections to be heard. Pope Francis has injured his forearm after a fall at his residence today. The Vatican says the Pope suffered a contusion on his arm and is being immobilized as a precaution. Florida Governor Ron DeSantis has picked his state's Attorney General to fill Marco Rubio's U.S. Senate seat. Ashley Moody will serve the remainder of Rubio's term. Marco was picked by President Trump to be his Secretary of State. A couple of well-known people you might know passed today. Twin Peaks director David Lynch is dead at the age of 78. His family announced his death on Facebook. And former baseball player and announcer extraordinaire Bob Uecker died in Wisconsin today at the age of 90. Last year, he was diagnosed with small cell lung cancer. The Milwaukee Brewers made Uecker's death announcement. The The musicians performing for President Trump's inauguration weekend are being announced. Carrie Underwood, Kid Rock, Billy Ray Cyrus, Jason Aldean, Rascal Flatts, and the Village People will all perform this weekend. A statement from the inaugural committee said the weekend will be a celebration of music, unity, and patriotism, ushering in America's new golden age. The list includes a surprise musical guest to perform at the Liberty Ball on Monday night. America's News Network, USA Radio News.
You know, a lot of times you have to choose between something high quality or something that saves you money. But if you could get both, why not? Especially when it comes to health care. And that is MediShare. You get both. Many families save $500 a month with MediShare, and that's huge. But it's also true that people wind up way more satisfied. The member satisfaction rate for MediShare is double that of the typical health insurance plan. Double. That's because MediShare works. It has for more than 30 years. It's a community of Christians who have shared more than $5 billion of each other's bills. People love having telehealth. They love the huge PPO network. You can save a ton and like it better. Imagine being happy with how you're taking care of your health care. So if you're self-employed or part of the gig economy, or you just want a plan you're happy with, you can call right now and get a price in 2 minutes. Here's the number. Just call 855-SHARE-40. That's 855-SHARE-40. 855-SHARE-40.
Cat food sold in multiple states is being recalled after some tested positive for the highly pathogenic avian influenza virus.
Northwest Naturals has issued a voluntary recall of 2-pound packages of feline turkey recipe raw frozen pet food with the use-by dates of May 21st, 2026 or June 23rd, 2026. Officials have reported that a domestic cat in Oregon has died after eating this food. Testing confirmed the presence of the virus in both the pet food and the cat. Consumers who have purchased the food should stop feeding it to your pet immediately. If your pet shows any sign of illness, contact your veterinarian. If you have any questions, contact Northwest Naturals of Portland. Anthony Lucero, USA Radio News.
As lawmakers are looking over at California, New York Senator Kristen Gillibrand wants to ensure fire departments have everything they need to fight wildfires.
The senator says she's looking over legislation to increase resources for fire departments across New York State, including measures that would put more money into training and equipment pertaining to wildfires.
The equipment and training that's needed to stop a brush fire is very different than the equipment and training needed to take down a fire in a building.
It follows destructive wildfires in Los Angeles, California, with Gillibrand noting the spate of brush and wildfires that broke out in the Hudson Valley and New York City in November, prompting the FDNY to put together its first ever brush fire task force. I'm Natalie Migliori.
Thanks for being there. Lance Pry, USA Radio News.
Offer not valid in all states or where prohibited by law. Loans are subject to lender approval. See website for details.
Meet Brian. He just got $5,000, and it was pretty easy. I'll tell you how in 10 seconds. Brian needed cash help. After being rejected by banks, he tried 27cash.com. Told them how much he needed, even let them know he had bad credit. In minutes, 27cash.com found a lender who deposited $5,000 into his bank account the very next day. If you need cash help, even if you have bad credit, go to 27cash.com. 27cash.com.
Winter is here. When the temperature drops, so does your truck's performance. Avoid fuel gelling by using Hot Shot Secret's EDT Plus Winter Defense, a 7-in-1 fuel booster and anti-gel that improves cold weather performance. The 7-point cetane boost decreases DPF regens and increases fuel economy. Be confident that your engine is running smoothly and trouble-free, even in the coldest temperatures. Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense, available at Pilot Flying J, Amazon, O'Reilly Auto Parts, and HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
We know you'd like to be cuddled up real tight with a sweet little thing all night. But instead, you've got Steve Summers. It's the Overnight Drive.
Yes, indeed. Updates this hour. What do we have coming your way? Will TikTok disappear come Sunday. Late word is it looks like no. We'll tell you why. Also, look at the latest on the preparations for Monday's main event, the inauguration of Donald J. Trump. Meanwhile, we'll start this hour off with a little more detail coming in. Some of the performers for Fire Aid: Sting, Billie Eilish, Lady Gaga, the Red Hot Chili Peppers, among some of the performers slated to take the stage at Fire Aid, the benefit concert for Los Angeles area wildfire relief. Announced last week, Fire Aid was originally scheduled to take place at the Intuit Dome in Inglewood. It will now take place in two venues: the Intuit Dome and the adjacent Kia Forum. January 30 is the date you can mark on your calendar. Looking at my calendar, looks like that's a Thursday night. Okay, interesting. Rather than a Friday. It will be broadcast and streamed live on Apple Music, Apple TV, Max, iHeartRadio, KTLA Plus, Netflix, Paramount Plus, Prime Video, the Amazon Music Channel, on Twitch, Sirius XM, Spotify, SoundCloud, Veeps, as well as YouTube. It will also be shown at select AMC theater locations around the country. You can actually go to a movie theater for the big experience. According to the press release, contributions to Fire Aid will be distributed under the advisement of the Annenberg Foundation for short-term relief efforts and long-term initiatives to prevent future fire disasters. All proceeds from the Fire Aid benefit concert at Intuit Dome and Kia Forum will go directly to the event's designated beneficiaries. Additionally, the lineup includes Joni Mitchell, Katy Perry, Lil Baby, Pink, Rod Stewart, Gwen Stefani, Green Day, Jelly Roll, Gracie Abrams, Stephanie Stills, Stevie Nicks, Tate McRae, Earth, Wind, and Fire. Dave Matthews and John Mayer will perform live together for the first time, and more artists, they say, will be announced at a later date. Tickets will go on sale Wednesday at 12 o'clock Pacific time via Ticketmaster. The event will be held by Shelley Irving and the Azoff family with Live Nation and AEG Prevents. Since the wildfire started, celebrities and entertainment organizations have pledged millions to help those who've been displaced or lost their homes. A $2.5 million contribution from Beyonce to a newly launched LA Fire Relief Fund created by the charitable foundation known as Baygood. Last week, the Recording Academy and Music Cares launched the Los Angeles fire relief effort with a $1 million donation. Thanks to additional contributions, they've already distributed $2 million in emergency aid. Now, they say the 67th annual Grammy Awards will still take place Sunday, February 2nd at the Crypto.com Arena in Los Angeles, although the Recording Academy has refocused their aim to support relief efforts following the devastation there with the L.A. fires. So a number of artists, time of day and all that's, I guess, going to be forthcoming, but January 30 will be the slated date. Morning, Horse Feathers.
Hey, morning, Your Honor. How you doing today?
Well, TGIF, doing all right. What do you say?
There you go. Casual Friday today.
Yes.
Yeah, there you go. So, anyways, that might be the end of the weekend for some people, but the rest of us, we never stop. So, just keep hauling the gas out here. So, good to hear about your new listener out there in Harrington, Delaware. What do you say his name was? B-Dog?
B-Dog, yes.
Yeah, so I get that way every now and then. I don't get into Delaware a whole lot, to southern Delaware, and not much down 13 itself. I usually end up over on 113 down in the Millsboro area and stuff like that. But anyways, so he actually has over in his area on May 4th, there is the Delmar Antique Fire Apparatus Association going to have their second spring muster, and that is from 10 a.m. to 3 p.m. May 4th. I would guess that's a Saturday, and that's in Frederica, Delaware, right on Main Street at the Bowers Volunteer Fire Company. So if he wants to mark that on his calendar there for May 4th, the Delmar Antique Fire Apparatus Association second annual spring muster. Give them something to do. Go see some antique fire trucks and stuff that they play with. So, anyways, is there any word? Is Marshall Tucker going to headline that fire aid?
I've not seen Marshall Tucker Band on the itinerary, not at this point, no.
Have we seen Marshall Tucker Band on any itinerary since that last time they were at the Mid-America Truck Show?
Nah, I can't say that I have, no.
Yeah, they didn't do so well there. They tried, but I don't know, they didn't make out as well as the other bands there that have been around since the 60s that are still kind of kicking a little bit. I did hear that this is going to be the last year for Rod Stewart. He's put an end to his touring after he gets done this year. So if you want to get out there and see Rod Stewart, hurry up and do it this year.
Yeah, he's what? He's 70 what? He ain't a spring chicken.
I think he's getting closer to 80 than 70 at this point. But he is going to be in Pittsburgh with Billy Joel. I know that. I heard Billy Joel's doing a tour again this year, and a lot of Billy Joel's concerts are he's got Sting with him in a lot of the locations. But I did hear in Pittsburgh, PA, which really isn't too far for you, Your Honor. You can ride right up there to Pittsburgh and see Billy Joel and Rod Stewart there. So
wow.
But that's supposed to be July 5th. So we'll have to see where we all are for the 4th of July holiday.
I just pulled it up here. He just celebrated a birthday a week ago, January the 10th, and it was indeed his 80th birthday, January 10, 1945. Wow.
Wow. So what was his one big song there? I mean, he had a bunch of them, but there was the one song that he said he's got to quit singing because he's too old to be chasing the girls or women, whatever they were wearing or something. I heard some interview with him in that, but he's like, yeah, it's just time to give it up because I can't be doing that anymore.
Was it Do You Think I'm Sexy, maybe?
Maybe that one. One of them songs like that. So
Hot Legs, maybe Hot Legs.
Yeah, maybe it's the Hot Legs one there. Maybe that was the one he said he can't keep up with anymore. He can't put on the personification of being able to do that. I don't know. Something about you have to have somebody push him in the wheelchair to chase him or something. I don't know.
Yeah.
But that probably wasn't nice. I probably shouldn't have said that. Anyways, I don't know what else we got going for you here. We're just working along in our waived hours of service. We had pretty close to. Well, I was gone for 22 hours yesterday, but I did get a 3-hour nap in, so I guess I wasn't out for a whole 22 hours, if that's the way we're looking at it. But now I'm sitting here waiting for my people to show up for my 4 o'clock loading facility here in Baltimore, so we're just hanging out at this point. You did have one time there, I got the radio on about 1 o'clock, and when you were going through all the weather stuff, the Android app there kicked into the buffering music. So at least on the Android, you weren't able to hear all your weather forecasting there about the extreme cold and all that. I had you on the hotline here, so I was able to hear that. I knew you were broadcasting, but it didn't come through on the app. So I don't know what happened that it reverted back to that buffering music there that you get, the bumper music. But anyways, I don't know. Had a few other things there from the other days, but I don't know. It's kind of got lost in the wayside here. Looks like the snow we had in this area that came through in the evening there, we ended up with about a half inch at the house. But by the time you get 10 miles south of the state line, it's pretty well all over and done with. So roads are kind of damp. There must have been some flurries that got down, and all the residual salt on the highways sucked them in and made the roads wet. But there's nothing really on the roads. So the only thing I'd be careful of is, it's, as always, in these freezing temperatures, and actually in Baltimore it's not even freezing. I got 34 degrees sitting here, Your Honor.
There you go.
So just be careful on your ramps, bridges, overpasses, all those good things. You can find an icy spot. So, even though you're trucking along down the road at 60, 65, and you got to get around a corner or something, that might not be quite so good a traction doing it, but just be ready for it. And I don't know. I guess that's about all we got for you right now on a Casual Friday. So we'll have to see if we can come up with anything else, if anything else happens. And if not, I'll have a good weekend. And you didn't remind me to do, hey, Becky, what day is it?
Whoops.
I think we skipped that last week too. So, but that's out there now. So that'll all work. So anyways, with that, Your Honor, we'll let you go out there and do some due diligence. And remember, there, Casual Friday don't mean drive naked.
All right, that's Casual Friday. Oh, and by the way, send your heat wave. I did that quick search for you. Yeah, why did O'Reilly leave Fox News? 2017 was the year. O'Reilly was dismissed from Fox News following a report by the New York Times that he had settled 5 lawsuits involving sexual misconduct. That's the quick heading there. 844-844-3388. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel fuel cetane levels.
In many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regenerations. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
For anything diesel, take it to Shy Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Shy Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Shy Diesel has you covered.
All right, back on Casual Friday. What do we have? Security concerns in the D.C. area for Monday. Ken Strange, a former FBI agent with the Joint Terrorism Task Force, spoke to Newsmax this past day, said providing security for the upcoming inauguration is a huge challenge for law enforcement. The inauguration scheduled to take place Monday. Strange said on National Report that preparing for the inauguration is certainly shaping up to be a huge challenge, but I think these men and women are going to be able to rise up and meet the challenge. As you know, he said, the threat landscape is populated by any number of actors that would like to wreak havoc during this inauguration. You've got foreign terrorists, including Al-Qaeda, ISIS, the intelligence services of Iran, etc., which all adds to this kind of potentially explosive environment. I said, despite these difficulties, this planning is working very well. You have law enforcement in lockstep, in tandem, cooperating with each other. We have our overseas intelligence agencies listening to the chatter. As you've heard, 25,000 law enforcement officers. Those will be people in uniform. They will have a high presence and will be using a kind of high-tech and low-tech security measures to stymie any attempts to disrupt or threaten proceedings. Yeah, he went on to note, lone wolf people are very, very difficult to detect. If there's a vulnerable piece to this, that would be it, rather. Said that it falls on the Department of Homeland Security, the FBI, and the CIA to monitor the situation. Then from out in Wyoming, I believe it was the Wyoming Gazette that shared this past day, nearly 70 soldiers and airmen from the Wyoming National Guard underwent civil disturbance training Wednesday morning. They had been activated to support the inauguration Monday, serving as part of a much larger military effort, providing security, logistical, and support operations there. This service is not unique to the transition of power between President Joe Biden and President-elect Donald Trump. The National Guard has supported inaugurations since 1789, when its predecessors escorted George Washington to the first inauguration. According to the Joint Task Force District of Columbia, what it means, it's to support my nation. Master Sergeant Ryan Weiskill says, support a peaceful change of command. Now, he assisted in conducting Wednesday's training, which was composed of soldiers and airmen of nearly every rank. Cowboy Guard troops will participate in a comprehensive training regime before their departure. According to the Wyoming National Guard Strategic Communications, this training had been occurring in and around the Cheyenne region and continues here, they said, over the remainder of the week. JTFDC is led by the commanding general of the District of Columbia National Guard and supports civilian authorities like the U.S. Capitol Police, Secret Service, D.C. Metro Police. The task force providing crowd management, traffic control points, chemical, biological, radiological, nuclear response, civil disturbance response, and sustainment operations. Now, while not part of the JTFDC, service members from Wyoming will be on reserve, ready to step in should their additional support be necessary. But the purpose of civil disturbance training is to ensure that our airmen and soldiers are trained to handle different types of situations they might see in D.C. during this event. As the training went on, the soldiers and airmen practiced tactical formations to be used for a number of scenarios, including protecting the injured or confronting rioters. What may appear to civilians as complicated marching accompanied by the unified and intimidating bark of a well-trained military is meant to support the peaceful transfer of power. All right, Staff Sergeant Josh Streeter, who has previously participated in this training, he said it means a lot to go help protect our freedoms. If they were ever infringed, we're going to try to keep them safe and intact. So there you go. It's 844-844-3388. And lastly, before we hit that news break, bottom of the hour coming up here, Like I said, a lot of talk of security concerns. Former New York Police Chief Commissioner Bernie Kerik also this past day said that, there is no specific threat against President-elect Trump. Yeah, the threat is real going into Inauguration Day. The Telegraph reported the 7,800 soldiers, nearly 25,000 police officers, 2 FBI field offices, a fleet of drones, and over 30 miles of fencing as he takes the oath of office. Now, Kerik said, you got to keep in mind, there were no active threats on the day Trump was shot in Butler, Pennsylvania. Bottom line is they have to be prepared, and the only way to do that is be preemptive and proactive at every security measure possible. Now, given the history of threats against him, there has to be an increased and enhanced coverage by not only the Secret Service, but other agencies as well. Talking security in D.C. All right, promise we'll get back to the calls following a news break here. Rolling into a Friday, TGIF. You can jump on board at 844-844-3388. Now, so we've got about a minute. I almost jumped in early there. We got 60 seconds left. So that'd be a good golden opportunity to remind you for over 60 years, Sta-Bil has been the go-to additive when storing lawn equipment, collector cars, generators, boats, anything that may be sitting around with the gas in it for an extended period of time. We call it Sta-Bil Storage. Sta-Bil Storage keeps that gas fresh for up to 2 years and combats corrosion issues in your fuel system at the same time. Store that engine the right way with Sta-Bil. And as a listener to this program, you can save 15% off your entire Eagle. Go to the website goldeagle.com, the maker of Sta-Bil. Use the coupon code OVERNIGHTDRIVE at checkout. 15%. There you go. We're on the clock. 29 past the hour. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA Radio News, I'm Lance Pry. The Israeli Prime Minister's office claims Hamas is backing out of some of its agreements in the hostage release deal. The Palestinian terrorist group made a ceasefire and hostage deal with Israel yesterday. An Israeli statement earlier said the Israeli cabinet will not convene until the mediators notify Israel that Hamas has accepted all elements of the agreement. Well, that must have happened because Netanyahu's cabinet will meet tomorrow to vote on the deal. If it passes, it must allow for another 48 hours for objections to be heard. Pope Francis has injured his forearm after a fall at his residence today. The Vatican says the Pope suffered a contusion on his arm and is being immobilized as a precaution. Florida Governor Ron DeSantis has picked his state's Attorney General to fill Marco Rubio's U.S. Senate seat. Ashley Moody will serve the remainder of Rubio's term. America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Inflation is no joke, especially when it comes to health care. So to save money, Jenny and her husband went with Medi-Share. You can hear why they love it.
We signed on with Medi-Share in March, had a really great experience. It was super easy to get going with them. Then in October of that same year, we found out I had stage 3 breast cancer.
We were put at ease with Medi-Share, walking with us and saying that they were going to be praying for us.
It's very intentional how they try to bless people when they know this is one of the hardest things that they're going through.
They and their 4 kids thank the Lord, not only for her healing and how he provided for them, but she says it makes her emotional just realizing how she gets to pay it forward.
What we put towards Medi-Share is going to be blessing another mom, and they're going to show up for her the way that they showed up for me.
Yeah, and the typical family saves up to $500 a month with Medi-Share. Find out more. Call 855-SHARE-40. That's 855-SHARE-40. 855-SHARE-40.
Doc's Diesel is your one-stop online shop for diesel filter maintenance. Genuine quality, third-party tested filters for Cummins, PowerStroke, Duramax, and EcoDiesel trucks. Doc's cuts out the middleman and those pesky markups you often find from OMEs, dealerships, and parts stores. We make ordering easy with filter kits, subscriptions, and even dealer signups if you have a fleet. Purchase your filters at www.docsdiesel.com and receive 10% off when you use code SUMMERS10. Docs Diesel, your one-stop shop for diesel maintenance.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
Winter is here. When the temperature drops, so does your truck's performance. Avoid fuel gelling by using Hot Shot Secret's EDT Plus Winter Defense, a 7-in-1 fuel booster and anti-gel that improves cold weather performance. The 7-point cetane boost decreases DPF regens and increases fuel economy. Be confident that your engine is running smoothly and trouble-free, even in the coldest temperatures. Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense, available at Pilot Flying J, Amazon, O'Reilly Auto Parts, and HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Shy Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Shy Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois. Shy Diesel has you covered.
Increase fuel economy up to 7.9% with Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme, the solution to maximize your engine's performance and fuel economy. Whether you're driving a sports car or a daily commuter, Gasoline Extreme is specially formulated with PEA to deep clean. Don't settle for an average driving experience. Upgrade to Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme and go further on each tank. Order now on Amazon or HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hey truckers, this is Steve Darnell from the hit TV show Vegas Rat Rods. Check it out. Industrial Injection has been a leader in the diesel heavy-duty industry since 1985. Whether you are looking to keep your truck on the road, you are a hardworking farmer feeding America, an over-the-seas mariner, a miner, or a construction craftsman, Industrial Injection can help keep your heavy-duty rigs and equipment running so you can keep America thriving. Get all your turbochargers, injection pumps, injectors, and engine parts at industrialinjection.com. Industrial Injection, the place to go for all your diesel parts needs.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
So here we are, rolling into a Friday. Turn the page on the calendar, 17th day of January. Let's see what's going on with Eagle this morning. Hey there, Eagle.
Yeah, hello?
Morning.
You can hear me?
Yes, sir.
Okay, yeah, I wanted a couple of things I need to talk about. I guess I was going to talk about sports, but I might call back in a little bit later on and see what's going on. But I wanted to get an update on something right quick, Steve, before I get started, because I just found out due to my job, they wanted me to stay out on the road, but then they canceled the load because I didn't realize Monday is a holiday.
Mm-hmm.
It's supposed to be a holiday. I didn't even know that. You gonna be on the radio on Monday night?
Yeah, we will be here. We'll be here Sunday night, Monday morning. It's Martin Luther King Day. I guess it's a federal holiday, and I don't know. I think some schools may close. It depends on who you are, where you are. Some work, some don't.
Yeah. It's kind of strange. You think that they would maybe change the inauguration to Tuesday. Because there are some people who observe, Martin Luther King's birthday, you would think. Because from what I'm understanding, there might be some people at the King rally, if they have one in Washington, also mixing in with the people, the Trump people. So, usually Trump, people that support King they might have a problem with some of the Trump. So that could get real interesting on Monday. Hopefully they keep these people separated, because I didn't realize that Monday was a holiday until earlier this afternoon when my job told me I got the load was supposed to deliver on Monday, but then they found out it was a holiday. They said the hell with it, just cancel the load. And that's why I'm on my way to Texas right now. But that's one thing I wanted to talk about is that Martin Luther King, he's completely forgotten about, especially in the black community. You wouldn't even know he was a holiday coming up. Society and blacks have really gone down the drain, Steve. I told you, I'm not better not say that. But, I told you a long time ago, I've been going to Memphis for a long time, and I know you got some listeners that live in Memphis. And Martin Luther King was assassinated there. He would really be upset if he saw the condition of Memphis. It's really sad, Steve. Memphis, Tennessee. Now, I know the whole city is not bad, but the areas that you see when you're driving a truck on the 240 and the Highway 78, those areas are really run down, and the people, violence, gun violence, all kind of bad stuff is going on. You would think, they would learn how to conduct themselves a little bit better. But like I say, it's a typical state. I'm not sure I don't know too much about Tennessee. I don't know if that's democratically run or Republican. I'm not sure who the hell's running Tennessee. But the way things look like it's probably a Democrat to me, with all the crime and violence. But so let's get on with the other deal, Steve. The security aspect. I heard what Pappy said. I told you what Dan Bongino said the other day about the safety of Donald Trump. He said, Bongino said he wouldn't put all of his hopes into the Secret Service. If he was Trump, he still needs to watch his back and possibly get his own people to watch his back until he can get in the White House and make sure that all these Secret Service people are on his side. Hopefully they have security, they have things locked down. I think I told you the other day on Monday or Tuesday, Steve, I don't think, hopefully Donald Trump won't, I don't think he should make that walk down Pennsylvania Avenue like they've done in the past. It's like I told you, there's too many bad people in the country right now that the border's been wide open for 4 years and no telling who the hell is in this country from another country that want to do some serious damage. And you, like I told you a couple of times, I don't know how many times I told you this, Steve, you would think as a goodwill gesture, Joe Biden had the nerve to say in his farewell speech last night, Steve, that he felt like there was some dark days ahead for the U.S., due to the fact Trump is associated with some of the people that he's associated with. Well, I got news for you, Joe Biden, brother. You need to be dark days because of what you have done for the last 4 years by not locking down the border like you were supposed to. Now won't you concern yourself with that, with these terrorists or whoever the hell that this knucklehead is let in. So he doesn't even need to focus on what's happening with Donald Trump, Steve, in the next 4 years. None of his business what goes down. He had his chance. He had his chance to run the United States, and he ran it right down the drain. He didn't do nothing good. So don't you just shut up and get the hell out of the White House, the way I see it when it concerns Joe Biden. I've heard about enough of him. Now, let's talk about this other thing, Steve, the confirmation hearings of some of these individuals. One of them guys that was had the nerve to question that woman yesterday was Pencil Neck, as Donald Trump likes to call him.
Adam Schiff.
This guy here, huh?
Adam Schiff,
Pencil Neck. Yeah, that's what Trump calls him. I don't even waste my time saying his name. But can you believe he had the nerve, Steve? Why would they even allow somebody like that to question a woman with the integrity of this woman who's a woman with a very smart woman and he had the nerve to try to put her on the hot seat after all he's done and the way he tried to railroad Donald Trump. All them guys, a lot of those people that were asking questions, Steve, to the defense guy, the guy who's trying to be the defense man, and this woman here, they some down low and dirty people, and they got the nerve to try to put somebody on the hot seat, questioning their ability to do the job. When they got a defense guy like this guy we got right now, the black guy, this guy here is an utter and total failure. What he has done to the military, he ought to walk out of the White House in disgrace for what he has done to the military over the last 4 years, and they should be happy that somebody else is replacing this knucklehead. They should be happy that somebody even want to take the damn job. Is Ward Ellis? He don't run the defense into the ground, Steve. So we got a change coming up. Like I said, I can't wait to call you up on Monday night when Donald Trump is officially in the White House, brother, and we can start making America great again. I'm gonna give you an example, Steve. I think I told you this story before. There is a truck stop. There's a truck stop close to where I live at, and it used to be famous for oil and everything. Trucks coming in and out 24 hours a day. You couldn't even find a parking space in this truck stop. There were so many trucks going to the oil rigs and refineries. And, I drove by that truck stop, Steve, last week when I left home, and it was a damn ghost town. They had 3 workers in the truck stop, and they were standing around doing nothing, twiddling their thumbs, looking at the clock, waiting to get the hell out for work. That truck stop used to be so full of truck drivers, Steve, oil rig, oil refinery people, you would have to wait in line 5-10 minutes just to get the hell out of the store. And they got food. The food, I bought something to eat, and the food was cold. I had to put it in the microwave because they cook food, it just sits there because there's nobody going in there to do business with you. Because Joe Biden shut, like I said, it's kind of like these migrant workers when the oil towns. It's almost like they depend on these oil workers for business. And when he shut, that's the very first thing he did in 2020 was shut the oil down when Biden got in. And he turned that place into one of the most bustling places in the state of Texas into a damn ghost town. And hopefully, when Donald Trump gets back in the White House, I hope that's the first thing he does when he get back in there is turn that switch back on to hit that oil and drill, baby, drill, like Donald Trump like to say, and put these people back to work and start making America great again. And the hell with Joe Biden, the hell with these rules and regulations that knucklehead came up with. Donald Trump, brother, I hope you drill, baby, drill, and I thank you for taking my call tonight.
There you go. All right, Eagle, pretty much excited about Inauguration Day there. Can you detect that? All right, the TikTok man, I thought he was going to ask about that because I know he's a big fan of TikTok. Eagle is. So, update. The Biden administration, they tell us now, will not enforce the ban on the social media giant, Chinese-owned TikTok, that's supposed to take effect Sunday, opting to let the Trump administration deal with it once the president-elect takes office the next day. That, according to ABC News this past day. Now, you've got the legislative deadline coming up Sunday to sever ties with the Chinese parent company ByteDance or cease U.S. operations. The ban takes aim at app stores and internet hosting services from providing service to the 170 million monthly American users of the platform. Now, TikTok, as we shared last evening, reportedly said they will impose a blackout on their service to American users if the ban takes effect. Our position on this has been clear. TikTok should continue to operate under American ownership, given the timing of when it goes into effect over a holiday weekend, a day before inauguration. It will be up to the next administration to implement, according to a White House official this past day. Under terms of the ban, the Justice Department could pursue fines of $5,000 per user, even if Biden or Trump refuse to enforce it. The legislative ban would still go into effect, barring the Supreme Court intervening, and tech companies will still be liable for providing service to American users, according to the report. Obviously, TikTok has challenged the law on First Amendment grounds, but the Supreme Court signaled last Friday that they are likely to uphold the ban. Senate Intelligence Committee Chair Tom Cotton blocked a bill Wednesday that would have given ByteDance an additional 270 days to sell or divest, citing national security concerns. Now, where does Trump stand? Trump, who assumes the presidency Monday, apparently is now opposed to the ban, and he vowed during his campaign that he would save the app. He met with TikTok's CEO at his Mar-a-Lago estate in Palm Beach, Florida, last month. And a matter of fact, the TikTok CEO is planning to attend the inauguration on Monday. Now, the cost. Now, this was a separate story, but they tell us several parties have expressed interest in buying the platform. But ByteDance has repeatedly said they do not plan to sell. Experts have also noted that the Chinese government is unlikely to approve a sale that would include TikTok's coveted algorithm. The algorithm apparently is the big piece of the puzzle. Now, until the deadline passes or the Supreme Court takes action, the possibility of a purchase is still possible. Wedbush analyst estimates TikTok is worth well north of $100 billion with the algorithm, potentially up to $200 billion in a best-case scenario. Without the algorithm, it's, say, $40 billion to $50 billion. He does not believe ByteDance and Beijing would sell TikTok with the algorithm. It's all Greek to me. Attorneys for the TikTok and ByteDance have claimed it is impossible to divest the platform commercially and technologically. Any sale of TikTok without the coveted algorithm, that's the platform's secret sauce, the Chinese authorities would likely block under any divestiture plan, would turn the U.S. version of TikTok into an island disconnected from other global content. U.S. officials warned the proprietary algorithm is vulnerable to manipulation by Chinese authorities, who can use it to shape content on the platform in a way that's difficult to detect. Billionaire businessman and real estate mogul Frank McCourt and his internet advocacy group recently announced they had submitted a proposal to buy the social media site from ByteDance. The famed Shark Tank investor Kevin O'Leary has also joined that particular effort. They have not disclosed any details of that particular bid. If a sale were to occur, the former owner of the Los Angeles Dodgers said he would plan to restructure TikTok and give more agency to people over their digital identities and data by migrating the platform to an open source protocol that would allow for more transparency. So whatever the case is going to be, the secret sauce, as they put it, the algorithms, if you don't have the algorithms, it's pretty much, it sounds like it would be all but useless. So it'll be interesting to see where that goes. Will Trump come in looking to save the day? We shall find out maybe early next week.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel fuel cetane levels.
In many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. engines. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Fire Punk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois. Scheid Diesel has you covered.
So on a Friday morning, typically we do not get to hear from Philip in Florida. Just going to kind of inquire and update what the hell happened with the Starship launch this past day. The launch was successful. And they were indeed able to use the, what do they call them, the chopsticks to catch the booster. But the upper stage, they kind of lost it. Ultimately burned up in the atmosphere. And it kind of caused havoc at some of the airports there, apparently in southern Florida. Try to give you more details coming up. First, let me get to Vic is on board. Casual Friday. It's happening, Vic.
Hey, well, offhand there when they were talking about the loss of pressure out there in California, water pressure, it kind of tripped the memory of your dad telling everybody to flush the toilets at one time in Evansville, Indiana. You remember that episode?
Yes, and that got him in trouble, didn't it? They actually, so many did that the water pressure went down, yeah.
Yeah, so I was thinking about that situation out there. I don't know, they had to have electric power. I know the power company shut off some of their power early. I don't know if that affected the pumps or that many people were using the water or what, but that's some legitimate reasons for loss of pressure, but I would have thought they would have been prepared for that. And it was my understanding that when they did lose electric power from the utility, I thought they had backup generators to provide that. But I kind of digressed a little bit from what I originally called about was these Senate confirmation hearings. I tried to watch a little bit of it, but it looked to me like the main thing that they were trying to determine was are any of the Trump nominees, if they get approved for the position, are they going to be doing investigation against any of the sitting senators? And that was just seemed to me like was the whole theme of the conversation. And that's like I watched a little bit of the Pam Bondi thing, a little bit of the Texas thing, and I'm kind of curious as to what's going to happen whenever Kash Patel gets there and they start interviewing him about the FBI. And I'm curious as to just how much these senators really know about how our government is structured, because in the FBI, I guess it's still that way. Everything's pretty segmented. If you're working like in a bank robbery division, it'd be different like over in a terrorist division. Everybody in the FBI doesn't know what everybody else is doing. I guess the quickest way to set that. And then with all these Biden blanket pardons, does he really know who he's pardoned? Because if you remember years ago when they started out with a serial killer thing, whenever they realized that a lot of people were getting away with murder because different states and jurisdictions never talked to anybody. And then someone, I think it was Oklahoma State Trooper, started looking at this stuff, and he realized that some of this was going on, a lot of the same modus operandi. I had a distant relative that was a homicide detective out on the West Coast, and Ted Bundy had came through his jurisdiction, so he had to drop some of his investigation and start on that. And that's like whenever, I don't know if you remember, whenever the FBI was making announcements over your old network and stuff about highway serial killers and everything.
Mm-hmm.
And what that was about was there's a person known as Dr. No. And there were a lot of homicides that were happening in Ohio at the time that were similar to some that had happened in New York and Pennsylvania. And that's why they called him Doctor. I don't know if they ever found him or not. But that the FBI was making a announcement kind of as a preventive measurement, or kind of let him know, you know, we know you're here. We just have to prove it, or, you know, or something of that nature, if you get what I'm saying, because sometimes those people, if they think they can get away with it, they just go and go and go, and sometimes you can force them into hibernation, give you a little bit more time.
Mm-hmm.
So when I'm thinking about all this stuff that Biden's doing with the blanket pardons, how far does that go, and does he really know what he's doing? Because what he's doing is saying that some people are above the law.
Mm-hmm. Well, Vic, we need to pause there, so hold that thought. We'll be right back.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois. Scheid Diesel has you covered.
Winter is here. When the temperature drops, so does your truck's performance. Avoid fuel gelling by using Hot Shot Secret's EDT Plus Winter Defense, a 7-in-1 fuel booster and anti-gel that improves cold weather performance. The 7-point cetane boost decreases DPF regens and increases fuel economy. Be confident that your engine is running smoothly and trouble-free, even in the coldest temperatures. Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense, available at Pilot Flying J, Amazon, O'Reilly Auto Parts, and HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Doc's Diesel is your one-stop online shop for diesel filter maintenance. Genuine quality, third-party tested filters for Cummins, PowerStroke, Duramax, and EcoDiesel trucks. Doc's cuts out the middleman and those pesky markups you often find from OMEs, dealerships, and parts stores. We make ordering easy with filter kits, subscriptions, and even dealer sign-ups if you have a fleet. Purchase your filters at www.docsdiesel.com and receive 10% off when you use code SUMMERS10. Doc's Diesel, your one-stop shop for diesel maintenance.
USA Radio News, I'm Lance Pry. The Israeli Prime Minister's office claims Hamas is backing out of some of its agreements in the hostage release deal. The Palestinian terrorist group made a ceasefire and hostage deal with Israel yesterday. An Israeli statement earlier said the Israeli cabinet will not convene until the mediators notify Israel that Hamas has accepted all elements of the agreement. Well, that must have happened because Netanyahu's cabinet will meet tomorrow to vote on the deal. If it passes, it must allow for another 48 hours for objections to be heard. Pope Francis has injured his forearm after a fall at his residence today. The Vatican says the Pope suffered a contusion on his arm and is being immobilized as a precaution. Florida Governor Ron DeSantis has picked his state's attorney general to fill Marco Rubio's U.S. Senate seat. Ashley Moody will serve the remainder of Rubio's term. Marco was picked by President Trump to be his Secretary of State. A couple of well-known people you might know passed today. Twin Peaks director David Lynch is dead at the age of 78. His family announced his death on Facebook. And former baseball player and announcer extraordinaire Bob Uecker died in Wisconsin today at the age of 90. Last year, he was diagnosed with small cell lung cancer. The Milwaukee Brewers made Uecker's death announcement. The musicians performing for President Trump's inauguration weekend are being announced. Carrie Underwood, Kid Rock, Billy Ray Cyrus, Jason Aldean, Rascal Flatts, and the Village People will all perform this weekend. A statement from the inaugural committee said the weekend will be a celebration of music, unity, and patriotism, ushering in America's new golden age. The list includes a surprise musical guest to perform at the Liberty Ball on Monday night. America's News Network, USA Radio News.
You know, a lot of times you have to choose between something high quality or something that saves you money. But if you could get both, why not? Especially when it comes to health care. And that is MediShare. You get both. Many families save $500 a month with MediShare, and that's huge. But it's also true that people wind up way more satisfied. The member satisfaction rate for MediShare is double that of the typical health insurance plan. Double. That's because MediShare works. It has for more than 30 years. It's a community of Christians who have shared more than $5 billion of each other's bills. People love having telehealth. They love the huge PPO network. You can save a ton and like it better. Imagine being happy with how you're taking care of your health care. So if you're self-employed or part of the gig economy, or you just want a plan you're happy with, you can call right now and get a price in 2 minutes. Here's the number. Just call 855-SHARE-40. That's 855-SHARE-40. 855-SHARE-40.
Cat food sold in multiple states is being recalled after some tested positive for the highly pathogenic avian influenza virus.
Northwest Naturals has issued a voluntary recall of 2-pound packages of feline turkey recipe raw frozen pet food with the use-by dates of May 21st, 2026 or June 23rd, 2026. Officials have reported that a domestic cat in Oregon has died after eating this food. Testing confirmed the presence of the virus in both the pet food and the cat. Consumers who have purchased the food should stop feeding it to your pet immediately. If your pet shows any sign of illness, contact your veterinarian. If you have any questions, contact Northwest Naturals of Portland. Anthony Lucero, USA Radio News.
As lawmakers are looking over at California, New York Senator Kristen Gillibrand wants to ensure fire departments have everything they need to fight wildfires.
The senator says she's looking over legislation to increase resources for fire departments across New York State, including measures that would put more money into training and equipment pertaining to wildfires.
The equipment and training that's needed to stop a brush fire is very different than the equipment and training needed to take down a fire in a building.
It follows destructive wildfires in Los Angeles, California, with Gillibrand noting the spate of brush and wildfires that broke out in the Hudson Valley and New York City in November, prompting the FDNY to put together its first ever brush fire task force. I'm Natalie Migliori.
Thanks for being there. Lance Pry, USA Radio News.
Offer not valid in all states or where prohibited by law. Loans are subject to lender approval. See website for details.
Meet Brian. He just got $5,000, and it was pretty easy. I'll tell you how in 10 seconds. Brian needed cash help. After being rejected by banks, he tried 27cash.com. Told them how much he needed, even let them know he had bad credit. In minutes, 27cash.com found a lender who deposited $5,000 into his bank account the very next day. If you need cash help, even if you have bad credit, go to 27cash.com. 27cash.com.
Winter is here. When the temperature drops, so does your truck's performance. Avoid fuel gelling by using Hot Shot Secret's EDT Plus Winter Defense, a 7-in-1 fuel booster and anti-gel that improves cold weather performance. The 7-point cetane boost decreases DPF regens and increases fuel economy. Be confident that your engine is running smoothly and trouble-free, even in the coldest temperatures. Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense, available at Pilot Flying J, Amazon, O'Reilly Auto Parts, and HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Doc's Diesel is your one-stop online shop for diesel filter maintenance. Genuine quality, third-party tested filters for Cummins, Powerstroke, Duramax, and EcoDiesel trucks. Doc's cuts out the middleman and those pesky markups you often find from OMEs, dealerships, and parts stores. We make ordering easy with filter kits, subscriptions, and even dealer signups if you have a fleet. Purchase your filters at www.docsdiesel.com and receive 10% off when you use code SUMMERS10. Docs Diesel, your one-stop shop for diesel maintenance.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All right, so we officially crossed over the midnight hour on the West Coast. Welcome into a Friday. Let me get right back to Vic. We left off there talking about the pardons and the fact that essentially these blanket pardons are making some people above the law, is where we left off.
Right. And I don't think that's going to stand up in the whole scheme of things. A lot of it will depend upon how much they uncover about the Biden administration. And when I was mentioning about it'd be Pam Bondi and Kash Patel, I suspect one of the reasons they're kind of nervous about that is it started in the Reagan administration, but during the Bush administration, George H.W. Bush, during his administration, the FBI got the authority to enforce the law against anyone that took an American hostage any place in the world. Of course, Secretary of State Baker and George H.W. Bush, they all said, well, we didn't know that we had that authority and everything else, because I think one of the newspapers published that information. And I kind of doubt that the Secretary of State and the President wouldn't have known that authority was coming down the line, but it's one of those public relations things. I think they did until they seen, how the public accepted it. I guess most people really approved of that. And the reason that I mention that is because over in Gaza, they took Americans hostage. So the FBI had all kinds of power to investigate that, and also the people here in the United States that were supporting the Palestinians, and by the Palestinians, primarily Hamas, and they were pressing their own agenda, the two-state solution and all that. So when I look at that, like I said, it looks to me more like that the main thing that the Senate confirmation hearing is trying to figure out is just how much trouble are we or our supporters, how much trouble could we possibly be in? And they're trying to hamstring the different nominees like they did to Jeff Sessions when they made him recuse himself from the Russian investigation. So when I look at that's just the way I look at the whole thing. And over there in Gaza, the Israelis did all they could. They would drop leaflets, tell them there was going to be bombing and everything else. And then the Hamas would move lots of times to the refugee camps. And apparently even the United Nations, UNRWA, they found evidence that there were some Hamas supporters in that group. So that's how you wind up with 5-year-old boys buried in rubble, and anybody that's been in war or associated with the medics or anything like that. A lot of your casualties in war are civilians in some ways more than actually active military personnel. So all these warmongers, so I could think of a lot of them. They call them neocons. They are often anxious to go to war. The generals and stuff that have been to war and seen all this stuff, they say it's a whole lot easier to start a war than it is to stop a war. And that's where General Colin Powell come in and said, before you do anything, you've got to decide on your objective, your timeline, and make sure you have overwhelming force. And that's where I come back to Gaza there with the Israelis. The Biden administration pretty much left the Israelis out there to dry. And they told the Israelis, you have to change your tactics and methods. But they never offered, when I say they, the United States, the Biden administration, never offered the Israelis any advice, help, assistance, or anything. As a matter of fact, they often made statements that made the situation worse. And the big thing with Hamas is they had those tunnels. That's where they were holding a lot of the hostages. That's where they were getting, like, you see them come to hospitals and other civilian type things, because that's what terrorists do. They hide in civilian areas. You just mentioned about the guard units that was being taught about urban warfare, and we have several of those units here in the United States, and they know from our Vietnam experience, they know a lot about tunnel warfare, and we have a lot of technology from the oil industry to where for oil exploration, ground penetrating radar, and they set off a shock wave and they can measure, what's in the air. So we had a lot of technology. We knew how to go into those tunnels. We never did it. We could have went into the tunnels, and that, to me, that would have been the first thing to do, is deny Hamas access to the tunnels, and we didn't do that. So my comment on that is it's pretty late in the day to really come along and blame Israel for everything, because the reason Israel did that, which it's a bad situation, but we did the same thing in Vietnam with our B-52s, did the same thing in Iraq, the shock and all. So the United States is not blameless either. But the thing of it is, by now, I thought we had learned pretty well how to fight against these terrorists, or whatever you want to call them. I mean, in Vietnam, they had the political side of the war, and and the United States tried to suppress that. And there was the military side, and then they had the part where they had the political side with the village leaders, and they were I can't think of the term right now, but anyway, the village leaders or the village elders, they were the ones that were organizing everything and had like a shadow government to the South Vietnam government. And I think it was 1975, somewhere in through there, Senator Ed Kennedy came out and said the United States will not support South Vietnam anymore, weapons-wise or anything else. And it wasn't until shortly thereafter that's whenever the North invaded South Vietnam in violation of the agreement. And then after Vietnam fell, all of Southeast Asia became almost a regular killing field. And it has one regime after another was toppled. And the reason I mention that's why I don't trust this whole deal over there with Hamas until you totally get them excised and make sure the Palestinian Authority, that's the authority that's supposed to run Palestine, make sure that they have the proper leadership or administration or whatever, and give up on this idea that they're going to totally destroy Israel. And until you deal with that mindset, you're going to have trouble over there. You're going to have these atrocities and everything else. So that was the one comment I was going to make. And real quick, I'm going to say I ran across something that on our COVID crisis, they don't want that investigated. I found out that when COVID hit, China had been furnishing all the monkeys to our research centers. And China withdrew that then, and they started going to Cambodia to get them. And if they used a primate for research, it's supposed to be bred in captivity. But Cambodia was overrun with monkeys, and they were smuggling monkeys into the United States and saying they were captive born when they were actually wild caught. And the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service did a whole thing on that. And they only brought charges against one person, even though two major research centers here in the United States was involved. and they wound up losing the case against that one, I think it was Cambodian general or something, and he was heavily involved in the smuggling. So if the Trump administration comes in and wants to make serious investigation about the misbehavior of our government and other actors, he has plenty to work on there, and he won't have to worry about an enemies list, because I imagine it will pretty well shake out. And I think there are a lot of senators and a lot of their supporters that they're worried that they might be on Trump's enemy list, and Trump doesn't. And like I said, Pam Bondi said there is no enemies list.
Mm-hmm.
And I'll just leave it at that. He has plenty of investigation to do that will probably, it'd take way past his administration to get it all done anyway.
There you go. All right, Vic, well, thank you. Thank you for checking in. Have a great weekend. And so it was SpaceX. It was the 7th flight of the Starship rocket. Kind of a combination. Great success and catastrophic loss, all in one. With the catch of the Super Heavy booster at the launch tower, but the failure of the Starship upper stage as it climbed to space, beginning around 7 minutes, 40 seconds into the flight. SpaceX's on-screen telemetry data began to show one Raptor engine after another turn off on the ship until the telemetry froze at 8 minutes, 27 seconds. SpaceX founder Elon Musk described what engineers believe at this early stage to be the issue, saying preliminary indication is that we had an oxygen/fuel leak in the cavity above the ship engine firewall that was large enough to build pressure in excess of the vent capacity. Apart from obviously double checking for leaks, we will add fire suppression to that volume and probably increase vent area. Nothing so far suggests pushing the next launch past next month. Launch began nominally with the more than 400-foot-tall rocket lumbering off the pad at 4:37 p.m. Central Time, a little after 5:30 Eastern. The mission featured the first flight of the Block 2 variant of the upper stage. The 33 Raptor engines on the booster powered it downrange as expected, and beginning about 2 minutes, 30 seconds into the mission, most of them cut off, the 6 Raptor engines on the ship springing to life to begin carrying it towards space. The booster performed the flip maneuver and another burn to put it on a course toward the launch tower. The Super Heavy booster B-14 performed that final landing burn about 6 minutes, 30 seconds after liftoff, and before 7 minutes were up, it was caught, actually by the tower with the chopsticks. The elation of the crowds and the commentators didn't last long, though, when it became apparent something was amiss on the upper stage. The engines began shutting off out of sequence, and more than a minute prior to the planned engine cutoff, which was scheduled to happen nearly 9 minutes into the flight, multiple videos posted to social media appeared to show the breakup of the vehicle. And this was actually caught on video, numerous angles. The Federal Aviation Administration issued directives to multiple airports to delay or divert traffic to avoid falling debris. Airports impacted include Miami International Airport, Fort Lauderdale, Hollywood International Airport. It was shortly before 8 p.m. Eastern that they finally issued an all clear. Statement said the FAA briefly slowed and diverted aircraft around the area where space vehicle debris was falling. Normal operations have resumed. Now, the FAA has the purview to activate what is called a debris response area if there's a case like with Flight 7, where there's an anomaly with a space vehicle outside of previously identified closed hazard areas. Ask whether they're going to require a mishap investigation into the breakup The FAA said, we are aware of an anomaly occurring. Still assessing the operation. We will issue an updated statement. But that prevented SpaceX from executing a number of milestones that they had planned for this particular mission, including deploying 10 Starlink simulators and performing an in-space relight of one of the Raptor engines. So whatever occurred, debris raining from the sky. It was, oddly enough, this past day, I think prior to the launch of this particular Starship, the Australian airline, Qantas Airline, stating that they have delayed several recent flights due to last-minute notice of falling debris from SpaceX rocket launches. SpaceX uses the southern Indian Ocean as its re-entry point because of the remoteness. But flights between Sydney and Johannesburg pass through that region, and the airline is asking for more precise warnings. As space becomes more widely used, debris is becoming a problem, as well as its threat to other satellites. Larger items survive atmospheric re-entry and can pose a threat to people on the ground. They are saying Kenyan authorities are investigating the provenance of a 1,100-pound, 8-foot-wide metal ring that fell from space on New Year's Eve. That was believed to be part of a European Space Agency rocket. All right, stuff raining down from the heavens. Pup is on board here on a Friday. What's happening, Pup?
Oh, not much. How you doing today, Steve?
Doing well.
All ready for the cold weather? Get you some more
Man,
kerosene?
I am not looking forward to next week. No.
Yep. I'd go get you some more kerosene, and then I'd go ahead and keep burning that. That way it saves you a little bit on your heat pump. But I know the other day when it was real cold out. Go ahead, I'm sorry.
No, I said the heat pump has been running pretty much nonstop. I mean, every time I step out for a break, I hear that, it's in the defrost mode. You hear that big shh where it's venting. It's just constantly in defrost. I mean, I don't know if it's actually, is it producing any heat when it's 0 degrees out?
I don't know. You're the one that's sleeping in the house. I know you would know. But I just, when I lived in town, I still had natural gas, but I burnt kerosene too. But on real cold days, it was cold enough the other day. It was 1 degree there at the house. A couple of my chickens decided they didn't want to lay their eggs in where the heat lamp was. It's cold when you got a frozen eggs in their cracks.
Wow.
Hey, what they figure out was the problem where we could finally get out from underneath the Hindu hairy news.
Well, what we've got right now is you've noticed the news hasn't updated this morning. Later this week, we got a fix. Later this morning, Josh has got to get in my system to fix a file where I can update every hour. Now, USA Radio, they don't update every hour. When we had them in the past, sometimes it's 2 or 3 hours, but they do update, and I'll have that fix for the Monday morning program. But does that make you proud?
Oh, yeah. Well, that other Hindu Hairy News Network, they kept repeating a lot of their stuff, too. But, hey, usually I really like everything that Big Ed says, but tonight I didn't hear him mention that there was a ceasefire October 6th over a year ago.
Yeah.
And then I didn't hear him mention how they found babies in ovens and how they burnt kids alive, how they raped kids. And those kids are indoctrinated back in when they're before they even go to kindergarten. They're taught to hate Jews and stuff. And until they get that ideology knocked out of their heads, I mean, it's just going to be the same thing over and over again. So, but I don't feel one bit sorry for them. I mean, I hate to see something bad happen to kids, but that's a war zone, and they started it. So, well, you stay warm, and we'll be out here listening, and we'll talk at you later, bud.
All right there, Pup. Good to hear from you. Have a great weekend. All I know is, all the traditional puns. War is hell. War is ugly. A necessary evil, did someone say recently? But always evil. Positive news from the state of Ohio. I think Sean sent me the link this past day. Thank you, Sean. Dateline, Columbus, Ohio. Man, a lot of industry moving into the Columbus, Ohio. Underhill Industries, never heard of them. They are a leader in autonomous systems and weapons manufacturing, has announced they're going to build their first hyperscale manufacturing facility known as Arsenal One in Columbus, Ohio. This groundbreaking project aims to revolutionize the production scale and speed of autonomous systems and weapons for the United States and its allies, playing a crucial role in strengthening the nation's defense capabilities amid rising international threats. According to the report, the nearly $1 billion investment will create over 4,000 direct jobs, making it the largest job creation initiative in Ohio's history. The facility will span 5 million square feet when it gets at full scale, expected to produce tens of thousands of military systems annually, including autonomous weapons, sensors, and systems. Additionally, the project is anticipated to support 8,500 jobs from suppliers, construction, and other sectors, driving significant economic growth to Pickaway County and the surrounding region. How big is that? Arsenal One represents a major leap forward in how we manufacture the autonomous systems and weapons our nation needs. According to the CEO of Underhill, Ohio's skilled workforce, advanced infrastructure, and commitment to innovation make it the ideal location for this historic effort to strengthen Americans' defense industrial base and arsenal of democracy. It's pretty big news for Columbus, Ohio. Yeah, maybe more on that coming up. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA Radio News, I'm Lance Pry. The Israeli Prime Minister's office claims Hamas is backing out of some of its agreements in the hostage release deal. The Palestinian terrorist group made a ceasefire and hostage deal with Israel yesterday. An Israeli statement earlier said the Israeli cabinet will not convene until the mediators notify Israel that Hamas has accepted all elements of the agreement. Well, that must have happened because Netanyahu's cabinet will meet tomorrow to vote on the deal. If it passes, it must allow for another 48 hours for objections to be heard. Pope Francis has injured his forearm after a fall at his residence today. The Vatican says the Pope suffered a contusion on his arm and is being immobilized as a precaution. Florida Governor Ron DeSantis has picked his state's attorney general to fill Marco Rubio's U.S. Senate seat. Ashley Moody will serve the remainder of Rubio's term. America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Inflation is no joke, especially when it comes to health care. So to save money, Jenny and her husband went with Medi-Share. You can hear why they love it.
We signed on with Medi-Share in March, had a really great experience. It was super easy to get going with them. Then in October of that same year, we found out I had stage 3 breast cancer.
We were put at ease with Medi-Share, walking with us and saying that they were going to be praying for us.
It's very intentional how they try to bless people when they know this is one of the hardest things that they're going through.
They and their 4 kids thank the Lord, not only for her healing and how he provided for them, them, but she says it makes her emotional just realizing how she gets to pay it forward.
What we put towards Medi-Share is going to be blessing another mom, and they're going to show up for her the way that they showed up for me.
Yeah, and the typical family saves up to $500 a month with Medi-Share. Find out more. Call 855-SHARE-40. That's 855-SHARE-40. 855-SHARE-40.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
Increase fuel economy up to 7.9% with Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme, the solution to maximize your engine's performance and fuel economy. Whether you're driving a sports car or a daily commuter, Gasoline Extreme is specially formulated with PEA to deep clean. Don't settle for an average driving experience. Upgrade to Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme and go further on each tank. Order now on Amazon or HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
Doc's Diesel is your one-stop online shop for diesel filter maintenance. Genuine quality, third-party tested filters for Cummins, PowerStroke, Duramax, and EcoDiesel trucks. Doc's cuts out the middleman and those pesky markups you often find from OMEs, dealerships, and parts stores. We make ordering easy with filter kits, subscriptions, and even dealer sign-ups if you have a fleet. Purchase your filters at www.docsdiesel.com and receive 10% off when you use code SUMMERS10. Doc's Diesel, your one-stop shop for diesel maintenance.
Winter is here. When the temperature drops, so does your truck's performance. Avoid fuel gelling by using Hot Shot Secret's EDT Plus Winter Defense, a 7-in-1 fuel booster and anti-gel that improves cold weather performance. The 7-point cetane boost decreases DPF regens and increases fuel economy. Be confident that your engine is running smoothly and trouble-free, even in the coldest temperatures. Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense, available at Pilot Flying J, Amazon, O'Reilly Auto Parts, and HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hey truckers, this is Steve Darnell from the hit TV show Vegas Rat Rods. Check it out. Industrial Injection has been a leader in the diesel heavy-duty industry since 1985. Whether you are looking to keep your truck on the road, you are a hardworking farmer feeding America, an over-the-seas mariner, a miner, or a construction craftsman, Industrial Injection can help keep your heavy-duty rigs and equipment running so you can keep America thriving. Get all your turbochargers, injection pumps, injectors, and engine parts at industrialinjection.com. Industrial Injection, the place to go for all your diesel parts needs.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the smokies off your ass. This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Summers.
All right, real quick, like getting back to the Underhill Industries. This big facility they're going to be building in Columbus. I'm just thinking it's, we go down to the Mid-America Truck Show there in Louisville. I think the entire, with all the various wings, is like 1 million square feet of space. And it takes you several days to go, through that entire, through the aisles and whatnot. So imagine the equivalent of 5 million square feet when it's at full scale. They say the new facility will be located at Rickenbacker Airport, near the airport, providing easy access to 2 12,000-foot runways and a private apron capable of supporting military-style aircraft. The strategic location will ensure rapid delivery of components and systems to customers, with more than 500 acres available for future expansion. Arsenal One is designed for long-term scalability to meet surges in demand and support national security objectives. Ohio's history of aerospace and defense leadership is a perfect match for Onderill's mission. Ohio Governor Mike DeWine, at a time when rapid technological innovation is critical, Ohio's highly skilled labor force will help deliver the next generation of autonomous systems and strengthen our national security. Now, they say this will be a first-of-its-kind facility utilizing a software-defined manufacturing platform, Arsenal OS, to integrate design, development, and mass production processes. The facility will support the mass production of autonomous systems and weapons with the flexibility to scale rapidly to meet evolving requirements. Lieutenant Governor John Husted said Ohio's the perfect home for their cutting-edge facility. Thousands of new jobs in defense manufacturing. They say this decision to build Arsenal One in Ohio follows an extensive search across the country, with the company highlighting the state's strong infrastructure, the legacy in aerospace and defense, and large manufacturing workforce as key factors in their decision to locate right there in Columbus, Ohio. At the same time, I think on the world stage, if they're not already on the list, that makes that region, well, a top-of-the-list target in the event something really bad were to happen, if you know what I mean. All right, it's 844-844-3388. Let's hope it never comes to that. Malpractice joins us here. Good morning.
Well, hi, my brother from a different mother, but the same Father in heaven. What's going on?
Doing all right. How you been?
Man, I'm doing good. I think, I know you haven't ever met me. I've met your dad several times, but I'm a very handsome feller, and it takes beauty rest to maintain this beautiful head that I have, and I don't really get to listen much except on the replays, but I do appreciate everything you do, and I just wanted to call in and say a Happy New Year, and I've got a different outlook, I guess. The Lord says vengeance is mine, and the past is the past. We can't do nothing about that, but I'm looking at the future. Hopefully our president that is coming in will take us to that future and get us out of this mess we're in.
Yeah.
But, I guess a lot of people, they won't reply on, people that's done wrong. And, dude, they'll be busy for the rest of their life with that, because it's just it is just a thing. But I just wanted to call in and let you know, since you knew about my weight loss, I've been 3 years and I've lost 177 pounds and kept it off, and I'm doing good and hanging in there just like you're supposed to.
So what do they say? You're half the man you used to be.
I left somebody behind, and I think that one was full of crap, I think. Maybe I still have some of that going on. I'm not sure. But
right.
I work for the second largest egg producer out of Indiana, and we got the bird flu at one of our facilities in North Carolina. We got to kill 2.75 million birds, I think it is, and we got 19 million eggs that we have to destroy because of the avian flu.
Oh man.
Yeah, that's why I'm doing a lot of work here. I'm bobtailing back from one of our farms in Georgia. Had to take a trailer down. I was at the farm in North Carolina with the lowboy. I took some heavy equipment down there. I call them poop scoopers. I guess they're called skidsters or whatever. But I took some down there, and it looked like E.T. I've never seen. I've worked here 20 years. I got my 20 years in, and I got my 3 million miles in as of last month. And I hadn't ever seen really too much of that going on with what they got to do. But I'm not kidding you. They got tents literally set up. People have to be in hazmat suits. They got to walk through a sanitizer going in. They got to walk through sanitizers going out.
Wow.
I mean, it is crazy what that, and you know, us, we have to, we go to another farm, we got to get our trucks washed. Then they spent millions of dollars on sanitizer bars. We got to go underneath these, when we go into the farm, and it's spray sanitizer on your truck and trailer. And I mean, it's just, you know, this stuff is real. I know a lot of people think it's a lot of bull crap, but if I didn't work here and didn't see it, I wouldn't believe it either.
So
but,
they actually spray your equipment so you don't take it on the wheels or the undercarriage from one facility to the next, right?
Yeah, and what it is, and you know, just because I work here, but it is whatever's in the air. It could get on my truck in the air, and it could get on my tires.
Mm-hmm.
You know, even though it's a chicken farm, and like I say, most of our farms have 3 million chickens laying eggs every day. You know, we produce 25.7 million eggs a day at our company, and we had the bird flu a couple years ago in Iowa. I'm sure you know it was all on the news, but we lost millions of birds there, and we just got this, and but it is really crazy that, you know, all the things that they go through. Now the government, you know, they got their hand in all this. So I mean, you know, and when the government says they're coming to help you, you run. But still, it is just unbelievable the madness that this is causing our company.
So the premise of egg prices coming down anytime soon, probably not in the mix.
You can kiss that one goodbye, my brother.
Wow.
And hey, I got a question for you also. The company for my 20-year service gave me a all-expense-paid trip to Hawaii. Besides Pearl Harbor, and I know you've been over there, is there anything that you would suggest I see over there while I'm there besides Pearl Harbor?
You know, of all the places we've been, the cruises, I've never been to Hawaii. You know, that's kind of like on the bucket list. No, I've never been there.
Oh, okay. Well, I heard you know, the old man used to do cruises, and I thought surely you'd went to Hawaii.
Yeah, they did. I think they did a Hawaiian cruise or two, but yeah, I've never got to do one of those.
Oh, okay. Well, yeah, the company's good to me, so I mean, I'm looking forward to that trip here. I got to plan it in the next few months, but like I say, yeah, the price of eggs, my friend, you might as well just kiss that one goodbye, because now we do that facility over there does for Walmart. They take 70 loads of eggs a week for Walmart out of that farm, and each load has right at 28 to 30,000 dozen. Eggs.
Wow.
Per load. So,
a lot of eggs.
I tell you, it's a lot of eggs, my brother. But I just wanted to call you and tell you thank you for all you're doing. And hopefully it won't be another year before I call, but you have a great year, and let's look up, people. It's going to get better.
Well, that's great to hear. Yeah, I was looking at that. I saw that it was December 15th last time you called, but it wasn't 2024. It was 2023, for the love of God.
Well, you know, I don't like to bother a good man. You know, you're working, but and plus I don't really mind. I gotta sleep, dude. If I don't sleep, I'm one great big ugly bear.
I get you. Well, I understand. At least you tune into the podcast. You get after the fact, which of course that you can't call in and participate. But I appreciate you tuning in, and whenever you get the opportunity. So egg prices elevated. And no sign of anything in the near future that they're going to come down. All right, the FBI quietly announced earlier this week. Let's just say it's the Trump effect before he takes office. They have closed their Office of Diversity and Inclusion as the federal government braces for crackdowns on woke programs in advance of President-elect Trump taking office Monday. In recent weeks, the FBI took steps to close the Office of Diversity and Inclusion. It was effective by December. according to an FBI spokesperson this past day in an email statement to The Hill. The FBI said on its website the office was created in 2012 to provide guidance and implement programs that promote a diverse and inclusive workplace that allows all employees to succeed and advance. Now, obviously, Trump and many other Republican lawmakers campaigned on removing these kind of programs from the federal government, especially in the Department of Justice, the Pentagon, the Education Department. You return to a focus on merit-based hiring and advancement. The person that's best for the job, the one that can best fulfill the duties of a job, not based on race, color, creed, whatever the case might be, LGBT, all that. It's all a part of it. Now, President Trump has been very clear about ending the woke DEI garbage infecting this country, and the American people voted overwhelmingly to do just that, according to Trump's spokesman this past day. House Majority Whip Steve Scalise claimed January 3rd that some federal agencies have got so wrapped up in the DEI movement that they've lost track of security measures, leading to events like the New Year's Day terror attack in New Orleans. Senator Marsha Blackburn sent a letter on January 7 to the outgoing FBI director, Christopher Wray, condemning radical DEI initiatives that she argued had endangered Americans, citing the attack in New Orleans as an example. She said, I'm deeply concerned under your leadership, the Bureau has prioritized diversity, equity, and inclusion initiatives over their core mission of protecting the American people. A recent report drafted by a group of retired FBI agents for the House Select Subcommittee on the weaponization of the federal government indicated that law enforcement and intelligence capabilities of the FBI are degrading because the FBI is no longer hiring the best and the brightest candidates. The report noted the FBI is selecting lower quality candidates to become special agents because they satisfy the FBI's priority to meet their diversity, equity, and inclusion mandates. Pam Bondi, nominee for Attorney General, when asked during her confirmation hearing Wednesday whether discrimination based on race and sex is legal if it's couched in diversity, equity, and inclusion programs, to which she said no one should be discriminated against. Now, the private sector is also taking notice. Some of the largest businesses, including Walmart, Meta, Amazon, Ford, McDonald's, all scaling back their diversity initiatives. And this is years after pushing for more inclusive policies in the wake of the Black Lives Matter protests back in 2020. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel fuel cetane levels.
In many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Fire Punk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois. Scheid Diesel has you covered.
On a Friday, yes indeed, TGIF. Yeah, Pappy, I believe that is correct. He said, Steve, I thought Ohio, possibly in the area near Columbus, also got a contract for microchip production, trying to get more produced in the United States and not so much in Taiwan. I'm trying to remember it. You know, all these, remember the super loads we were talking about all summer long, these loads coming in off the Ohio River, then taking the trucking route, massive loads. I think they were going to, I believe it was at Intel. An Intel facility, I think that's the one. Yeah, that's also like in the Columbus vicinity. That's a big, big addition to manufacturing in the Columbus area as well. All right, about 8 before the hour. I think it was Brain Dead. Hope you're feeling better, Brain Dead, after knocking his noggin. Yeah, he fell if you weren't with us last evening. You're trying to pull a 2,000-pound skid with a hand jack off a truck. Slipped, fell, knocked his head on the dock, I guess. So, according to Dingbat, he was okay, but had a super headache. All right, he sent me this past day, if you can read cursive, the National Archives would like a word with you, or maybe a few million. More than 200 years worth of U.S. documents need transcribing, or at least classifying, and the vast majority from the Revolutionary War era are handwritten in cursive, requiring people who know the flowing looped form of penmanship, which it's hard in this day and age. The younger generation doesn't. Reading cursive is a superpower, according to Susan Isaacs, a community manager for the National Archives catalog in D.C. She's part of the team that coordinates the more than 5,000 citizen archivists, helping the archive read and transcribe some of the more than 300 million digitized objects in their catalog, and they're looking for volunteers with, well, an increasingly rare skill. These records range from Revolutionary War pension records to the field notes of Charles Manson, of the Mason-Dixon line to immigration documents from the 1890s, to Japanese evacuation records, to the 1950 census. We create missions where we ask volunteers to help us transcribe or tag records in our catalog. Now, to volunteer, all that's required is you sign up online and then launch it. There's no application. You just pick a record that hasn't been done, read the instructions. It's easy to do, say for maybe 30 minutes, half an hour a day, or maybe half an hour a week. Being able to read the longhand script is a huge help because so many of the documents are written using it. Now, it's not just a matter of whether you learned cursive in school, it's how much you use cursive today. It has really fallen out of use. Americans' skill with this form of script has been slowly waning for decades. School children were once taught impeccable copperplate handwriting and penmanship. That's something that they were actually graded on. Thank you, I know. Now that began to change when typewriters first came into common use in the business world and was further supplanted in the 1980s by, obviously now, computers. Still, handwriting continued to be considered a necessary skill until the 1990s when so many people shifted to email. And, of course, now, in this day and age, texting. By 2010, the Common Core teaching standards emphasized keyboard skills, which was once taught as typewriting, and no longer required handwriting on the presumption that most of the writing students would be on their computer. Now, that has led to some pushback. Today, there's at least 14 states that require cursive handwriting to be taught, including California in 2023, but it doesn't mean they actually use it in real life. Most students in the past began learning to write in cursive in the 3rd grade. Yes, that was it. It was kind of a rite of passage. Now, a professor of English at Texas A&M University, whose students take part in this citizen archive work, putting their skills, reading old documents, actually to use. For her generation, she said cursive was a kind of a coming-of-age part of literacy in the 1980s. We learned cursive, and then we could write like adults wrote. While many of her students today learned cursive in school, they never use it and seldom read it. She can tell because she writes feedback on their papers in cursive. But who would have ever thought? And I don't think the grandkids, there's no cursive. There's actually some schools that if a student, learns some cursive to sign their name, they get a note to stop signing your name in cursive. It's like, what? 844-844-3388, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel fuel cetane levels.
In many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois. Scheid Diesel has you covered.
USA Radio News, I'm Lance Pry. The Israeli Prime Minister's office claims Hamas is backing out of some of its agreements in the hostage release deal. The Palestinian terrorist group made a ceasefire and hostage deal with Israel yesterday. An Israeli statement earlier said the Israeli cabinet will not convene until the mediators notify Israel that Hamas has accepted all elements of the agreement. Well, that must have happened because Netanyahu's cabinet will meet tomorrow to vote on the deal. If it passes, it must allow for another 48 hours for objections to be heard. Pope Francis has injured his forearm after a fall at his residence today. The Vatican says the Pope suffered a contusion on his arm and is being immobilized as a precaution. Florida Governor Ron DeSantis has picked his state's attorney general to fill Marco Rubio's U.S. Senate seat. Ashley Moody will serve the remainder of Rubio's term. Marco was picked by President Trump to be his Secretary of State. A couple of well-known people you might know passed today. Twin Peaks director David Lynch is dead at the age of 78. His family announced his death on Facebook. And former baseball player and announcer extraordinaire Bob Uecker died in Wisconsin today at the age of 90. Last year, he was diagnosed with small cell lung cancer. The Milwaukee Brewers made Uecker's death announcement. The musicians performing for President Trump's inauguration weekend are being announced. Carrie Underwood, Kid Rock, Billy Ray Cyrus, Jason Aldean, Rascal Flatts, and the Village People will all perform this weekend. A statement from the inaugural committee said the weekend will be a celebration of music, unity, and patriotism, ushering in America's new golden age. The list includes a surprise musical guest to perform at the Liberty Ball on Monday night. America's News Network, USA Radio News.
You know, a lot of times you have to choose between something high quality or something that saves you money. But if you could get both, why not? Especially when it comes to health care. And that is MediShare. You get both. Many families save $500 a month with MediShare, and that's huge. But it's also true that people wind up way more satisfied. The member satisfaction rate for MediShare is double that of the typical health insurance plan. Double. That's because MediShare works. It has for more than 30 years. It's a community of Christians who have shared more than $5 billion of each other's bills. People love having telehealth. They love the huge PPO network. You can save a ton and like it better. Imagine being happy with how you're taking care of your health care. So if you're self-employed or part of the gig economy, or you just want a plan you're happy with, you can call right now and get a price in 2 minutes. Here's the number. Just call 855-SHARE-40. That's 855-SHARE-40. 855-SHARE-40.
Cat food sold in multiple states is being recalled after some tested positive for the highly pathogenic avian influenza virus.
Northwest Naturals has issued a voluntary recall of 2-pound packages of feline turkey recipe raw frozen pet food with the use-by dates of May 21st, 2026 or June 23rd, 2026. Officials have reported that a domestic cat in Oregon has died after eating this food. Testing confirmed the presence of the virus in both the pet food and the cat. Consumers who have purchased the food should stop feeding it to your pet immediately. If your pet shows any sign of illness, contact your veterinarian. If you have any questions, contact Northwest Naturals of Portland. Anthony Lucero, USA Radio News.
As lawmakers are looking over at California, New York Senator Kristen Gillibrand wants to ensure fire departments have everything they need to fight wildfires.
The senator says she's looking over legislation to increase resources for fire departments across New York State, including measures that would put more money into training and equipment pertaining to wildfires.
The equipment and training that's needed to stop a brush fire is very different than the equipment and training needed to take down a fire in a building.
It follows destructive wildfires in Los Angeles, California, with Gillibrand noting the spate of brush and wildfires that broke out in the Hudson Valley and New York City in November, prompting the FDNY to put together its first ever brush fire task force. I'm Natalie Migliori.
Thanks for being there. Lance Pry, USA Radio News.
Offer not valid in all states or where prohibited by law. Loans are subject to lender approval. See website for details.
Meet Brian. He just got $5,000, and it was pretty easy. I'll tell you how in 10 seconds. Brian needed cash help. After being rejected by banks, he tried 27cash.com. Told them how much he needed, even let them know he had bad credit. In minutes, 27cash.com found a lender who deposited $5,000 into his bank account the very next day. If you need cash help, even if you have bad credit, go to 27cash.com. 27cash.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
In many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Fire Pump Diesel.
All right, thank you, Eskimo Mom. Give me the New Albany, Ohio, Licking County. That's where they're building the new chip plant. I think isn't that kind of in proximity there toward the Columbus area? I do believe. Maybe southeast. Either way, the question of this is a $28 billion investment. It is Intel. It's 2 new leading-edge chip factories in the state of Ohio. I guess they've had some hiccups with the construction of that particular facility. Intel employs about 45,000 U.S.-based employees. The investment in Ohio will support 3,000 Intel jobs, 7,000 construction jobs, and approximately 10,000 indirect jobs to Ohio's annual GDP. Okay, there you go. Meanwhile, Knucklebuster joins us on a Friday, Casual Friday. You've been missing in action a couple days. What's happening?
Oh, well, I had a big hooter in one hand one night, and I pulled an eagle on you last night. I just went to sleep, Brett.
There you go.
Of course, I'd been up all day, so. Anyway, thank God it is Casual Friday there. I'm looking forward to it, right? Well, I read that the coolest electrical vehicle at the Consumer Electronics Show was by Komatsu's underwater electric bulldozer, Steve. What do we need to be doing with it? Right. Now, what do we need to be bulldozing underwater, Steve? We can't go very deep right now, but I don't know. They plan on rebuilding Atlantis.
That's a good question. I don't know. It could have been. Could they use it for like dredging, like when they have to dredge the Mississippi and stuff like that?
Oh yeah, probably. I can't go but like 20 feet down right now, something like that.
Okay.
Well, anyway, I read that Ford this is the coolest thing. Ford is developing in-car voice feedback system so you can cuss at the engineers in real time, Steve.
Really?
Yeah, that's on the drive there. So, I'd like that. I need something like that cuss at them there. So, who knows? Well, I don't know. They may not like what I say anyway. So, you know, and I read the Titanic, they're going to quit salvaging stuff off of it now. There's got one company that can salvage stuff, that legally can salvage, and they're going to stop right now. So apparently it's too dangerous for them because it's falling all to pieces there, right? I don't know. It's been a good week. I'm ready for it to be over myself there. The weather, we got some bad weather coming this weekend and next week, right?
That is affirmative. The models are depicting maybe a little snowy, icy, I don't know. So it could be a kind of ugly.
Well,
like Sunday, Monday, I think is the time frame they're talking.
Well, we better get some diesel extreme, some gasoline extreme, everyday diesel treatment, especially that anti-gel, since it come in number one on Todd's test there. Stabile, all that good stuff. And we'll get some Steve Summers overnight drive products too to keep warm, the hat, and some good hot coffee in that travel mug. And you know what I'm going to be singing come Monday?
What's that?
That big diesel motor playing my song. Thank God in Greyhound, Joe Biden is gone. So I just rearranged the lyrics there a little bit, and that's all I'm going to sing this morning there. Have a great weekend, Mr. Steve Summers. God bless you and your family, brother. Oh, I want to get a Semper Fi in the truck and field, too, son. Have a good day.
Hey, all right. Yeah, and you know what? We just got an email from Truck and Phil. Right on cue there. Happy Friday. Coffee up. Good morning, Mr. Summers, the Hot Shot Secret Nation, and the great product of Staybill. 26 at this hour, warming up to 38 today, Fort Wayne. 36 in Livonia, Michigan. So we are ready to depart Fort Wayne for Livonia, then flip back again. That's what I like about anything could happen on Friday when someone calls off change her up. Yeah, all right, so that changing things up. He's doing a different run. Have a great weekend, everybody, from Truck and Phil. There you go. Semper Fi. That's it. Steve in Columbus. It's the best day of the week, and we're looking forward to the weekend. No particular plans in place, so we can hope it's going to be a restful one. As it is, the coffee's hot, car's warmed up, time to head into town. See what happens in the office today. Everybody enjoy your Friday and the weekend. Hello to Dingbat. Steve, here's some of the national days for January 17. All right, what do we got? Today, it's National Hot Buttered Rum Day, as well as National Bootleggers Day, plus Benjamin Franklin Day. Oh, let's see. Popeye the Sailor Man Day. And finally, it's National Kids Inventors Day. Now we roll into the weekend, January 18, Winnie the Pooh Day, National Gourmet Coffee Day, plus National Michigan Day. 1929, on this date, this is why it's Popeye the Sailor Man Day. Popeye, 1929, Popeye made his first appearance. 1945, Auschwitz, the concentration camp, was liberated on this date. 1946, the United Nations Security Council meets for the first time. And 1998, on this date, President Bill Clinton faces sexual harassment charges from Paula Jones. All right, for our Saturday, January 18, 1919 was the year Bentley Motor Cars was founded in London, England. And in 2012, former Mayor Ray Nagin was indicted on corruption charges from post-Katrina contracts. Yeah, that's early enough in history. That's something I can actually recall there. Meanwhile, 844-844-3388. Yeah, Pop, what do you got?
Hey, Steve, that Citizens Archive deal, did that say what that paid?
I think it's a volunteer thing.
Oh, well,
yeah.
really on that, I was going to say my wife's got impeccable cursive writing and stuff. She could use a part-time job. She got too much time to be a pain in my ass. But that one gentleman, he was correct. I used to deliver feed to hog houses, chicken houses, and turkey houses. Every time you go to a farm and come back to get reloaded, you have to spray the tires, down and then go through their sanitized truck course and stuff. But I wonder how many acres that is for that. Oh, sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, no, I'm just listening.
Wonder how many acres. I know you said 500 acres just for the extra, but for 5 million square feet under roof, my gosh. I know Google is building a AI and information center right there outside of Fort Wayne, and that is 750 acres, and that takes up both sides of the road and they bought the road for 1 mile, and that thing's going to be huge. They're even installing their own power plant over there. But I was just kind of curious about that Citizens Archive deal.
Yeah, you were trying to put the wife to work and keep her out of your hair.
Yeah, that's one way to put it. That way she doesn't get on me too much when I have a fun time out in the barn with skull busters, you know.
Uh-huh.
But, so we're still listening, and talk to you later. Bye-bye.
All right, somebody was inquiring about maybe some snow in the South Knucklebuster. We got some ugly weather coming our way. He said, let me pull up what I can find here. Let's see, from part 1, the MLK Day snow. Let me see. I got a winter weather alert kind of day. I'm seeing numerous models depicting what could be a pretty nasty icing situation through parts of Mississippi, Alabama, Georgia, maybe over into the Carolinas. I guess we're into Friday. They should be to the point where they should have some decent confidence as what we can anticipate early next week. We do know the bitter cold is going to be spilling in, so we'll get the latest on that coming up right after this, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Fire Punk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois. Scheid Diesel has you covered.
Winter is here. When the temperature drops, so does your truck's performance. Avoid fuel gelling by using Hot Shot Secret's EDT Plus Winter Defense, a 7-in-1 fuel booster and anti-gel that improves cold weather performance. The 7-point cetane boost decreases DPF regens and increases fuel economy. Be confident that your engine is running smoothly and trouble-free, even in the coldest temperatures. Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense, available at Pilot Flying J, Amazon, O'Reilly Auto Parts, and HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Doc's Diesel is your one-stop online shop for diesel filter maintenance. Genuine quality, third-party tested filters for Cummins, PowerStroke, Duramax, and EcoDiesel trucks. Doc's cuts out the middleman and those pesky markups you often find from OMEs, dealerships, and parts stores. We make ordering easy with filter kits, subscriptions, and even dealer sign-ups if you have a fleet. Purchase your filters at www.docsdiesel.com and receive 10% off when you use code SUMMERS10. Doc's Diesel, your one-stop shop for diesel maintenance.
Yeah, we shared from AccuWeather a little bit earlier. The frigid air is going to pour into the central and eastern states by early next week. It obviously set the stage for the coldest presidential inauguration since 1985. they do say the overall weather pattern is going to be rather complex through next week. As the cold air spreads further to the south and east, that risk of snow and ice will accompany the expansion. Forecasters are keeping tabs on 2 potential winter storms for the southern states next week, amid that colder weather pattern. Now, right now, it's one or possibly both storms could bring snow and ice as far south as I-10 and part of the Gulf Coast as early as Monday. Yeah, this Monday-Tuesday map is signifying snow and ice. I mean, as far south as maybe San Antonio, Houston, New Orleans. Icy travel. More of a mostly snow event. Stretching from Amarillo and Lubbock, Texas, to Dallas, Waco, on through northern Louisiana, southern Arkansas, through the heart of Mississippi, on over toward Birmingham, Alabama. That's all coming together. That's the Monday to Tuesday. That's storm number 1. All I can say is we'll keep an eye on things. Always moving. Casual Friday. Good morning.
Good morning. Thank you for taking my call. I hope everyone's doing well and staying warm.
Yeah.
I know it's rough at my house, but I'm still here. I had to call and talk to you one last time before our new president takes office, because I'm just so excited about it. I'm really looking forward to it.
Yes.
And I've been watching some of the confirmation hearings and very pleased with who he has selected. He has a whole new insight this time around. President Trump has figured it out, and he is surrounding himself with people who have the right mindset, the right agenda. And that is huge, absolutely huge. I just think this is going to be the best thing in a long time. I mean, I think it's just going to revitalize this country like nobody's business. So I'm thrilled for it. And also, we have the big game on Monday, so I'm looking forward to that. And it is MLK Day, so no matter your political views, it is a day to celebrate. Mm-hmm. So I'm very, very excited. So anything else new and exciting I should know about or
did
hear
you
about?
Did you happen to get a chance to see, I guess yesterday, the second, I guess, official presidential portrait to the inaugural portrait came out, and they've got kind of the side-by-side from Trump's first to this new second administration. Distinctively different look. The smile's not there. This almost, it looks somewhat reminiscent almost of that the mug shot they took of him, a very, very serious
why he
look.
Picked it.
Yes.
That's why he picked it. I watched a thing on Fox News about it today, and that was his choice to go with that to show, I'm back. You can't keep me down. I absolutely loved it. And, here's something you and your listeners do not know, but 21 years ago, I was arrested, and I'm not going to go into why, but I was arrested and absolutely mortified. Had never, ever expected to find myself in that kind of a position. Mm-hmm. Had to do the whole thing, and it was awful. I mean, it was absolutely humiliating. And I have to tell you that when President Trump had his mugshot, I thought, hey, we got something in common. I actually don't feel bad about it anymore. That worked out all right. And I thought, I don't know if I'd have the guts to put that mugshot up, but I really love the portrait. I think it's beautiful. I think it was absolutely spot on marketing, if you want to call it that. And it is. It's saying you can't keep me down, and I am here. And I just think that is great. I think it is great. I think my mugshot, I was just all covered in tears. It was anyway. 21 years ago, long time ago. I'm still here. Everything's great. It's all fine. But and I don't know if I had ever told you this or not, but I don't know if it matters a lot. But in watching the California wildfires, I am the first female to graduate with a degree in applied fire science technology from Sinclair Community College in Dayton. And I went on to become a volunteer firefighter and EMT in my local community, and have been to business fires, home fires, rescued a lot of people, done, good, had some ugly ambulance rides and all that good stuff and everything. And the only reason I had to stop was because, as you know, I don't have cell service at my house, and I don't have TV and stuff like that because we're down in that valley, and I couldn't get the tones to make the runs anymore. Yeah. So I had to leave. That was my only reason for having to step down, but I absolutely loved it. So when I'm watching the fires, and I'm clicking off everything in the back of my head from school. Granted, it was 40 years ago, but still, I'm still proud of it. I was the first one to make it through. So yeah, that's my little claim to fame. And I have my second degree from Sinclair also, and because and both times I graduated from Sinclair, we had our commencement at University of Dayton Arena, UD Arena in Dayton, and because Xenia was destroyed in the tornado in '74. And I'm the class of '77, we didn't have a high school. We were sharing Warner Junior High, and high school went in the mornings and the junior high went in the afternoons anyway. So when my class graduated, we graduated from the University of Dayton. So I have walked commencement 3 times at the University of Dayton. I think that's also pretty cool.
That's pretty good. Excellent.
Yeah. I'm a fascinating little critter. I got a lot of little things happening in my life that make me pretty interesting. At least I think so. But anyway, well, I'm just so excited. And like I tell you, I had said before, when we landed in D.C. Both times, and I could look over and see the Capitol, I was just busting with pride. I just thought that was the coolest thing from the, that. I was just so proud of my country. I am so excited for this. Unfortunately, I have to be at the hospital Monday, so I won't get to have any, be able to watch it live. But I am so hoping everything goes well. And I couldn't care less if Michelle Obama doesn't come or not. I don't care. Don't care if Pelosi shows up or not. And I thought Biden's farewell speech was absolutely awful. What a sourpuss old man. And I haven't heard anyone say, but if you look at the photo of who was in the room, they were all dressed in black, like they were there for a funeral.
Really? End of the line. I did not get to tune into that. Well, always moving. Great to hear from you. I look forward to maybe hearing from you next week.
USA Radio News, I'm Lance Pry. The Israeli Prime Minister's office claims Hamas is backing out of some of its agreements in the hostage release deal. The Palestinian terrorist group made a ceasefire and hostage deal with Israel yesterday. An Israeli statement earlier said the Israeli cabinet will not convene until the mediators notify Israel that Hamas has accepted all elements of the agreement. Well, that must have happened because Netanyahu's cabinet will meet tomorrow to vote on the deal. If it passes, it must allow for another 48 hours for objections to be heard. Pope Francis has injured his forearm after a fall at his residence today. The Vatican says the Pope suffered a contusion on his arm and is being immobilized as a precaution. Florida Governor Ron DeSantis has picked his state's attorney general to fill Marco Rubio's U.S. Senate seat. Ashley Moody will serve the remainder of Rubio's term. America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Inflation is no joke, especially when it comes to health care. So to save money, Jenny and her husband went with Medi-Share. You can hear why they love it.
We signed on with Medi-Share in March, had a really great experience. It was super easy to get going with them. Then in October of that same year, we found out I had stage 3 breast cancer.
We were put at ease with Medi-Share, walking with us and saying that they were going to be praying for us.
It's very intentional how they try to bless people when they know this is one of the hardest things that they're going through.
They and their 4 kids thank the Lord, not only for her healing and how he provided for them, but she says it makes her emotional just realizing how she gets to pay it forward.
What we put towards Medi-Share is going to be blessing another mom, and they're going to show up for her the way that they showed up for me.
Yeah, and the typical family saves up to $500 a month with Medi-Share. Find out more. Call 855-SHARE-40. That's 855-SHARE-40. 855-SHARE-40.
Doc's Diesel is your one-stop online shop for diesel filter maintenance. Genuine quality, third-party tested filters for Cummins, PowerStroke, Duramax, and EcoDiesel trucks. Doc's cuts out the middleman and those pesky markups you often find from OMEs, dealerships, and parts stores. We make ordering easy with filter kits, subscriptions, and even dealer sign-ups if you have a fleet. Purchase your filters at www.docsdiesel.com and receive 10% off when you use code SUMMERS10. Doc's Diesel, your one-stop shop for diesel maintenance.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
Winter is here. When the temperature drops, so does your truck's performance. Avoid fuel gelling by using Hot Shot Secret's EDT Plus Winter Defense, a 7-in-1 fuel booster and anti-gel that improves cold weather performance. The 7-point cetane boost decreases DPF regens and increases fuel economy. Be confident that your engine is running smoothly and trouble-free, even in the coldest temperatures. Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense, available at Pilot Flying J, Amazon, O'Reilly Auto Parts, and HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Shy Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Shy Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois. Shy Diesel has you covered.
Increase fuel economy up to 7.9% with Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme, the solution to maximize your engine's performance and fuel economy. Whether you're driving a sports car or a daily commuter, Gasoline Extreme is specially formulated with PEA to deep clean. Don't settle for an average driving experience. Upgrade to Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme and go further on each tank. Order now on Amazon or HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hey truckers, this is Steve Darnell from the hit TV show Vegas Rat Rods. Check it out. Industrial Injection has been a leader in the diesel heavy-duty industry since 1985. Whether you are looking to keep your truck on the road, you are a hardworking farmer feeding America, an over-the-seas mariner, a miner, or a construction craftsman, Industrial Injection can help keep your heavy-duty rigs and equipment running so you can keep America thriving. Get all your turbochargers, injection pumps, injectors, and engine parts at industrialinjection.com. Industrial Injection, the place to go for all your diesel parts needs.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
Speaking with Always Moving about the official inaugural portrait that began circulating on X yesterday, and social media users noticed a dramatic difference between Trump's determined look in the new portrait versus the more cheerful expression in a similar portrait taken before he entered office the first time 8 years ago. Daniel Turek, the president-elect's chief photographer, shared a 25-second clip of the portrait reveal on X. The clip also featured Vice President-elect J.D. Vance's official portrait. Yesterday, Trump's team sent an email that featured clear color images of both portraits versus the black and white clip. The 40-year-old Vance posed with a slight smile, mouth closed, arms folded, eyes fixed straight ahead, conveying both command and optimism. Trump, on the other hand, appeared stone-faced and resolute. Head tilted slightly downward and to the left, his right eye partially squinting, also looked straight ahead. Vance's portrait showed the vice president-elect's head to nearly his waist, thereby highlighting the folded arms. Trump's portrait went no lower than the president-elect's chest. But that instantly drew multiple comparisons. One thing, Trump's resolute look in 2025 contrasted with the kind of naively cheerful smile he flashed in 2017. Another says it hits hard, looks like he's learned a bit about the swamp. That's game time face activated. Likewise, another said, noting the similarity between the inaugural portrait and the mugshot that was taken in 2023. Apparently, they used the mantra, nothing can stop what's coming. I actually hadn't heard that. All right, Eagle wanted to chime back in here. Welcome back, Eagle.
Yeah. Okay, yeah, I wanted to ask you a question, Steve. I don't know too much about the pardon system in the U.S. I'm not really too happy about it, the pardon system, because it lets people that are guilty of crimes get away. See, here's the thing I don't understand, Steve, about the pardon deals. Okay, now, in everyday justice, in the U.S., if you're found guilty, I'm talking about just the average everyday guy walking down the street. If you're found guilty of a crime, you say you stole something, a TV set or whatever, you sitting in your home and they find out you stole that TV. Okay, you're going to jail. Okay, and these people are not receiving no damn pardon from nobody. Okay, so you take Hunter Biden and some of these other people, Steve, that have been involved with things in Washington, Michael Cohen, and some of these other people, what's this woman that everybody's concerned with, a Cheney woman and all these people. Okay, so if Biden pardons these people, Steve, the thing I don't like about it is you're pardoning, you're letting people get away with crimes. They've committed crimes, and yet they don't have to have no kind of penalty. And it's not fair to the average everyday citizen, for these individuals that have been committed crimes to just have erased off your record like that and go scot-free. That's the thing I don't like about the pardon system, Steve. You look at Biden, that you and I both know Biden is a crook, and he's going to probably pardon himself and some other people on Monday before he walk out of the White House. Something just don't seem right about the pardon system to where you could just erase your record. And you look at these people, hopefully Donald Trump will do what he said he was going to do, when he get in the White House and let these people out of jail that was involved with January 6th, the ones that are innocent, the ones that wasn't breaking any laws or committing any crimes, and that's been sitting in jail 2 or 3 years now. Hopefully Donald Trump will pardon those people. But I just wanted to get your opinion on that after I hang up with you. And how do you feel about the pardon system and people having their records erased and criminal records or whatever you want to call it and going scot-free? And I'd like to see what you had to say about that. And thank you for taking my call.
All right, Eagle. I much like yourself, I don't know a whole lot about It's been in existence from George Washington. You can look at the number of pardons issued. George Washington issued 16. In the early years, it was very, relatively low numbers compared to what we're seeing in the more modern era here. Let me jump down to, you go back to JFK, 575 pardons. Lyndon B. Johnson, 1,187. Nixon, it was 926. Jimmy Carter, 566 pardons. Reagan, 406. George H.W. Bush, a measly 77. 459 for Bill Clinton, 200 for George W. 1,927 for Barack Obama. It was 237 pardons for Donald Trump's first term. I think the number's going to be much higher because out of the box, what do you think of the 1,500 plus January 6ers that have been sentenced for whatever, convicted? At least 1,000 of them will probably get pardons. And Pam Bondi was inquisitioned on that this past day as well. How are you going to go through? Because Trump's talking about pardoning on the first day in office. They said we're going to go on a case by case basis. But she kind of clarified she's going to have numerous staff members. Everybody, each case she says will be looked at. Yeah, but on a case-by-case basis, I say at least 1,000 will get pardons. I mean, we know there were some involved out there on that January 6th that were causing physical harm to others, injuring officers, throwing barricades, breaking windows, breaking down doors. Right now, it says, and we've got, how many days left? Friday, Saturday, Sunday. And I guess until the noon hour of Monday, Joe Biden has already 8,064 pardons. Of course, starting with his son, Hunter. Some government officials like Rita Crundwell and a judge who presided over the Kids for Cash scandal. Those who were on death row, federal death row, he commuted 37 of the 40 federal death sentences to just life sentences, with an exception made for those who were convicted of terrorism or hate-motivated mass murder. What's his final tally going to be? It's 8,064 right now. I know oftentimes individuals who are in jail for whatever reason, they will fill out the paperwork requesting the president look at their case. Oftentimes it may have been drug convictions, and they had a 10-year sentence, and they've already done 6 or 7 years' time. And they'll say, Mr. President, I've learned my lesson. I will not do this again. Can I please, and they'll kind of just commute the rest of the sentence. Supposedly many of Biden's pardons have been along that line. A lot of drug convictions being set free, but I can see in many cases there's always some controversial pardons. One of those that me and Big Ed had talked about when Donald Trump pardoned, was it Bannon? I think it was Bannon. He was accused of pilfering money from people that were making donations for whatever. I can't remember what the cause was, but that was one thing one pardon that kind of irked Big Ed. But with that, let me jump up to, let's see, somebody wanting to say good morning. Who we got on board?
This is Cream of Wheat.
Well, hello, Cream of Wheat.
First-time caller.
Yes.
My hubby.
You're better.
My hubby
Buckwheat. Buckwheat, yes.
My hubby Buckwheat, yes. He has been begging me to, well, maybe not begging me, but prompting me to call in. And I thought, okay, I got to do this. I was up putting a roast in the crock pot, and went on Facebook and saw that it's Brother Rambler's birthday. So I thought, hey, this is my time to do it. I'm going to call in, wish Brother Rambler a happy birthday. And, yeah. Thank you, Steve, for all you provide for the truckers.
Yeah.
And keep them entertained overnight. Awake, I should say, mainly.
Try to help them stay awake and be safe out there on the road. Yeah, that's what we do.
Yes, yes. And with this winter weather that we've been having here in PA, we had kind of a mishmash of some stuff yesterday, and it was kind of a mess. But I don't know, Sunday into Monday looks a little worse.
All I know is I'm not looking forward to the cold, cold, cold.
Yes, next week is going to be bitter cold. Yeah. I'm from Canada, so I know about bitter cold.
Yeah, your Canadian cohorts, they need to shut the barn door up there.
Yes, yes. Oh, my. Anyway, yeah, and also shout out to Horse Feathers and just all you guys that are interested in my son Mario Kart.
Yes.
Ask him Mario Kart.
Mario Kart.
And
I think he is the my greatest overnight drive promoter. This he always wearing my shirt. Yes.
Yep. Your hat.
Mm-hmm.
Any sticker he can find. Oh yeah, if Dad brings something home or gets something in the mail. Oh my. Yep. It is on that shirt, and he wears the stickers on the shirt, and yeah, I can barely get the stuff washed, so I'm glad we have a bunch of them.
That's great. I know you, what you say, you're not wearing that to church, Mario.
Exactly. Like, you did that 5 days of the week. Let's just do something different here.
That's great. All right, well, hey, we got to get you a first-time caller code, Cream of Wheat.
Alrighty.
You don't think Buckwheat would complain about that, do you?
I don't think he would. I don't think he would.
I really doubt it. Yeah. Well,
I'm ready.
Thank you so. Oh, I've got your phone number down here. I'm going to send. Yep. I'll send this over, and you'll get that in a text message.
Okay.
And
sounds good.
HotShotSecret.com, $60 off your order, or whatever it's going to be there. And I was not aware that it was Brother Rambler's birthday today. Well, happy birthday, Brother Rambler. Haven't heard from him this morning, have we? All right. I think he did mention a few days ago that he had a birthday coming up. I think, what did he say? His last birthday in the 40s, I do believe. So I'm 49 today, if my memory serves. Morning, Gilligan.
Yeah, good morning, Steve, and happy birthday to the Rambler.
Yeah.
Yeah. Boy, the bog spot will really be rolling tonight.
Uh-oh.
You can bet on that. So celebrating Rambler's birthday, and probably got one of their Village People impersonations thing going, to be my guess. What do you think?
I wouldn't doubt it.
Well, I got some news. I spoke to the blind man last evening. I think he told you he was home, or he was heading home there a couple mornings ago. He is home. They've got him on injections of an antibiotic for the virus he has that went into his back.
Yeah.
From the UTI. He's going to be. He was in a lot of pain when me and my wife Mary Ann was talking to him for a few minutes there yesterday evening. But I wanted to give an update. You know, I know he's not a religious man, but let's pray for him, and hope he recovers from this. And pray that he will find the Lord. I mean, there's a lot of trying times in his life. Like I said before, I've met the blind man twice. He's an interesting man, and anybody that's talking to him at length, it's amazing what that man has accomplished in his life, what he's overcome.
Mm-hmm.
I know I don't have to tell you that, and a lot of your listeners that. I'm glad that you got rid of Fake Story News and got USA News back. that's a welcome breath of fresh air.
Right.
It's just, yeah, I mean, that fake story news was really getting out there with them bashing Trump. Of course, Martin Luther King Day is Monday, you know, a lot of people don't realize Martin Luther King was not what the left makes him out to be today. Actually, Martin Luther King was a Republican, and he was not for this like DEI and this quotas of how many of this race and that. He wanted everybody to be created equal.
Mm-hmm.
They want them not based on the color of their skin, but the content of their character. And it frustrates me to hear Al Sharpton and them take his name and twist it into what they have made it out to be, but the Black Lives Matter and all that. But I digress. I don't want to go farther with that because, you never know. Maybe somebody will take that as offense, and I don't want to get you in trouble, Steve. And that is just my opinion.
Right.
My opinion, not the opinion of the show. Well, Steve, that's about all I got. I hope everybody has a safe night and a great weekend. I'll talk to you all next week. Take care.
Have a good weekend. Gilligan, you got it. We'll return right after this to Steve Summers' Overnight Drive.
Winter is here. When the temperature drops, so does your truck's performance. Avoid fuel gelling by using Hot Shot Secret's EDT Plus Winter Defense, a 7-in-1 fuel booster and anti-gel that improves cold weather performance. The 7-point cetane boost decreases DPF regens and increases fuel economy. Be confident that your engine is running smoothly and trouble-free, even in the coldest temperatures. Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense, available at Pilot Flying J, Amazon, O'Reilly Auto Parts, and HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hey truckers, this is Steve Darnell from the hit TV show Vegas Rat Rods. Check it out. Industrial Injection has been a leader in the diesel heavy-duty industry since 1985. Whether you are looking to keep your truck on the road, you are a hardworking farmer feeding America, an over-the-seas mariner, a miner, or a construction craftsman, Industrial Injection can help keep your heavy-duty rigs and equipment running so you can keep America thriving. Get all your turbochargers, injection pumps, injectors, and engine parts at industrialinjection.com. Industrial Injection, the place to go for all your diesel parts needs.
As an independent trucker, you work hard to meet your goals. The Owner-Operator Independent Drivers Association has been helping small business truckers for over 50 years with benefits, services, information, and discounts. You work hard, but OOIDA works even harder to give you advantages that large fleets enjoy. And all of our programs support our representation on your behalf in Washington, D.C. Become a member at OOIDA.com, making a difference in the lives of truckers.
Fuel filtration is a big deal. Poorly filtered diesel fuel can damage injection systems, reduce efficiency, and rob horsepower, among other things. By removing the water, air, and debris from fuel, fast fuel systems can triple the life of your injection system while restoring power, optimizing fuel economy, and more. Not sure what your truck needs? Give us a call at 636-433-5410 or learn more at fastride.com.
Let's jump over to the Midnight Mover. Good Friday morning.
Hello, Steve. Did you say earlier that this is going to be one of the coldest inaugurations since 1985?
That was Ronald Reagan's second inauguration that they actually moved into. Coldest since that.
Yeah, it must be climate change. All I can say. I don't know. Now, you said Biden already pardoned like 8,000 people and probably going to do a few more.
Yeah.
When they actually does all those pardons like that, once they address him, they won't have to be addressing him as Mr. President. They'll be addressing him as Mr. Pardon, wouldn't they? Because he's going to be doing so many of them. And that weather is coming in next week. Did you say it's going to be in the southeast?
Yes.
Monday and Tuesday?
They're talking, wintry precip stretching from probably back toward the Texas-Oklahoma panhandle, then down through much of the deep south. Mississippi, Alabama, Georgia, then kind of sweeping up the eastern seaboard.
Yeah, I live over in Oklahoma. I got a bunch of that stuff last week. I really didn't want no more.
No, you're right.
So I guess we're going to get another dose of it. Hey, I won't be long. It'll be Groundhog Day here, and he can lie to us about like the Democrats do, probably.
Well, the old
Don't
farmers.
Don't trust that groundhog neither.
The old Farmer's Almanac sure lied to us because we were forecast to have a much milder than normal winter, and it's. I should hear, what are we? Probably within the next week, I'll be getting my next utility bill, and I guarantee I'm going to probably have a coronary when I open that up. Real quick, let me see. Brandon, I do believe. Brandon, good morning. Happy Friday.
Hey, how you doing, sir?
Doing well.
Yes, first time caller. I just wanted to reach out. I do appreciate you. Appreciate you reading. I noticed you read the email.
That was the email. Okay, you were the email guy earlier, so you've been,
I was
been listening for about
someone
a year and a half.
I thought that was pretty cool. But yeah, you guys really have a really good. You got a real good show set up, and you remind me a lot of my dad, and I think that's why I started listening to the show. Just some of the things you say, and it just it's like you guys are I just be cracking up, and.
So do you? Do you catch us on? Do you listen to the app? You said you just downloaded the app. Do you do the Facebook, or are you catching us on the Voice of the Thumb?
Yes, usually through the radio.
Okay.
Our local. We got 2 local stations that pick it up here in Delaware, and then I was like, oh, you know what? I heard it on the radio, and then I downloaded the app.
Excellent. Yeah, so that's our friends. It's the Voice of the Thumb, correct? Is that the one?
Well, they've got 2 stations. They've got 92.7 is the one, and then they got over here is 98.5. I don't know.
Okay, that's the Delmarva.
Delmarva. I'm sorry. Yeah, because this is the Delmarva Peninsula, or we're on the Delmarva Peninsula. Sorry.
Excellent. Well, hey, I've got your number. I've got your number down for a first-time caller, Brandon. I mean, now that you've dialed us up, it's pretty simple to do. But we got to wrap it up here. We're up against the clock on a Friday morning. But back at the midnight hour, Sunday night, as we roll into Inauguration Day.
You never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Never gonna come down from above, 'cause everything looks better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, 'cause I can't face this day alone. Oh, darling.